Get your new year started off in a healthy body. Go see my friend Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic. Get your spine properly aligned. We get your nervous system properly aligned, which fix every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. The nerves are protected by the spine, so getting it properly aligned is important. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090.
Real quickly, can you give us a update on has anyone or do you know anyone that married a bride that they basically ordered online?
Mail order bride.
Mail order brides there.
That was the actual question. We've got a lot lot of responses that are.
Does it actually cost you anything up front, or you just have to bring them in?
I've never done it.
Do they come in a box? I mean, you get to open them?
One guy right here, Brandon says, I know a guy who said he bought his first two on balloon notes, and the last one he paid for up front.
So a true ladies' man.
77% say no. 23% say they've either married a mail order bride or know somebody that has. Our listening and viewing audience is a diverse group of people.
1:30, 30 minutes, Old Dominion in Tulsa. Tulsa's a favorite there. LT gave us a lock earlier on a variety of things. You can get all the plays today, 3 football games at lanceslock.com. lanceslock.com. That's the show today. Tacky Sweater Day tomorrow. If you got pictures of you in a tacky sweater, send them to us as well, and we will tweet the winner of the CM Newton Classic tickets, which will turn off the entry in 20 seconds. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood, with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, we're live. We're live on a Tuesday now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar. No Forrester today. John Lunsford pulling double duty behind the big glass today. Glad to have you in. A lot to get to today. Full lineup. Tom Luginbill, Clay Travis, Daniel Jeremiah, all in the first 2 hours of the show. Pepsi hotlines open up. We'll start with the fact that it is Tacky Sweater Day, and I want a ruling in the Farm Folio chat room right off the bat. Sweater, Rockstar sweater, costume, I think.
Yeah, it is kind of a costume.
Yeah, dude, you got bells on.
Must you break everything down this way? Why does this matter?
Sweater.
It's a sweater.
Costume.
Does it not look like a sweater to you?
Oh, that does look like a
You
sweater.
got a
Now that you
bush
pull
on
it
your
up.
chest.
Is it not tacky? Here,
You
let
got
me.
Martha Washington on
stand
your
up,
chest.
Stand up. He's been walking around. It's like he's got the cowbell on, walking around here.
I asked him, and when we were, in the office, I said, "Why don't you have your sweater on?" Now I know,
Because it's miserable.
but I thought he was just like me. I don't like wool. I hate
I
wearing
hate
sweaters.
Absolutely hate
Yeah,
sweaters.
I had to wear long sleeves under this thing.
I got a story about sweaters in just a second. But Brown, birthday yesterday for your youngest.
That is correct.
Right?
She turned 8 yesterday.
Yeah, and
8. I don't know why I said it that way.
And that seems very much like something she would enjoy before she got 8 at a young age.
Got a lot of laughs at this in the house, yeah.
Yep. Is that new? Have you had it for a while? Did you
I
get
bought it yesterday.
just for this?
Yep. I called my wife on the way home and said, hey, tomorrow is Tacky Sweater Day. I do not own a sweater, much less a tacky one.
Right.
And she said, go to this store. I saw a bunch there the other day. So I went straight to the store and bought it.
Was it Spirit Halloween?
Done.
Oh.
Well,
No.
Dunaway swung and missed for, I don't know, an entire
Where
afternoon.
did you buy that?
What's the name of the place? It's right there next to the Mexican restaurant.
I've been it down.
Buc-ee's?
Huh?
Buc-ee's?
No, you know where I almost went? Yeah, before I called my wife. Do you know where Rockstar? I thought of you immediately. I was leaving our building here, and we are basically not next door, but very close to a Cracker Barrel. And I thought Cracker Barrel has got racks of tacky sweaters
did
and
not even
tacky
think about
clothing.
that.
It's a good idea.
I wonder if they've got a tacky Christmas sweater. So before I did that, I called my wife, and she said, you can go there if you want, but I saw some at, and I cannot say the name of the store for some reason. I'll think of it in a
Why
minute.
did you think about that? I thought for sure, and where Dunaway went multiple times, Target would be loaded with
No,
tacky sweaters.
apparently not.
2 Targets. I went to 2 Kohl's, 2 Rosses, a TJ Maxx, Vapor, and one other place.
Well, I'm glad you didn't have to do a shot at every place you went for a tacky sweater.
World Market, and then I went to the Galleria and went to as many stores as I could find and stopped by Spencer's and picked up my $30 gift for poker last night.
Spencer's didn't have tacky sweaters?
That's what I thought, Brown.
Yeah, I'm surprised
I did
at
our
that.
Dirty Santa for Saturday night at Spencer.
Yeah.
They got a Juice World throw. But they ain't got a tacky sweater.
Harry got a Juice World throw.
So I got this sweater from someone on our staff. Who do you think's family had this sweater?
Well, that's a loaded question there, Jim, because I'm not sure this is a compliment.
David Walls. And I said, hey, Walls, do you have a tacky sweater? And I could hear Terry, his lovely wife, in the background. All of his sweaters are tacky, Jim.
Well, no, I'll tell you, that's a one of a kind.
Yeah.
Like
and-
you couldn't find that one again anywhere.
Well, I'm here to tell you, I think it's one of his daughter's sweaters.
How many
it's a
buttons is on that
It's a
thing?
little small on you.
It is not only is it small on me, Brown. It's a left zip, which means it's a woman's thing, right? So I'm in a woman's sweater, like it's on.
What is a left zip?
Like you, instead of zipping it like this, you zip it like this. I think that means it's a female sweater.
You can zip it with either hand.
No, down at
Oh.
the bottom, the latch. The zip's on the left side. The latch is in on the right side.
Oh.
I think it means it's a female sweater.
It could be. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So anyway,
Not much rack room.
Dunaway's filling it out nice.
it is if you show the midriff.
Lance has a bunch of ladybirds on his.
Yeah, you do. I think you wear that
do.
normally.
I do
you've
too.
worn that out on the town.
I was
You're
going to bring that
cheating.
up, Brown. I don't think that's tacky at all.
I cut the tag today.
I would wear that. I would wear that.
Well, I wouldn't.
If we're by our fireplace in Aspen, I'd wear that.
So, yeah, the roommate found this, and it does have Vizslas on it. So, there you go.
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
Yeah. And then there's Rockstar sweater, because I was out also trying to buy Rockstar sweater yesterday.
I will have a rash on my neck soon. I can already feel it starting.
It's rough. Rockstar looks so out of place. in that. I've never seen you wear anything like that.
That's interesting. It's not necessarily, I mean, I would never wear it, but I wouldn't consider it tacky. It's more like
ugly.
Yeah, it's more like a 90s club sweater. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that.
Okay, that is
What is this? What a 90s club sweater looks like.
That is my sweater from my closet, still in rotation.
No, there's no way you wear that.
Oh, I do. I've worn it one time, and
I hope you don't get hit by a bus in that, because if that's the last thing they see you in, that's going to be bad.
They should be able to see me in it.
I think Rockstar. I think you look fantastic in that.
Thank you. Well, can I keep it?
No, because I need it. I need it for Dallas. Taking that to Dallas with me. Wear that on the town.
Yeah, big Georgia fan there, Jimmy.
Yeah, no, it's just red and black, Brown. Everything is out of color.
Literally
That one
Georgia's
looks
colors.
itchy
Or
too. Is it
Cincinnati.
itchy?
Barry, I'm going to have a rash on my neck.
Oh,
I
it
can
is
feel
Cincinnati. You can't wear that in Dallas. That's
That's
Cincinnati
right.
colors.
I do that
Rockstar's
every
right.
time. I always forget who Alabama's playing, and I wear that team's colors.
You're always thinking ahead.
Yeah. That time I wore purple down at LSU doing live shots. That blew up on Twitter. Dunaway's got LSU's colors on.
Nate says Buc-ee's would have been a good option. Buc-ee's does have clothing.
That's what John Willard told me, Lauren Sisler's husband.
Yep.
Last night I was complaining, and he's like, just go to Buc-ee's. It has tacky sweaters. And I was like, are you kidding me? And then at that point, I'd already gotten Walls' daughter's sweater.
Dirty Deaf, this is all in the Farm Folio chat room, says Rockstar's in Freddy Krueger's sweater.
Awesome.
No, it is. That's what it is.
No, his is
It's the
green.
Freddy Krueger sweater.
His is green and red.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, that's a good call. Good call.
Hey, where did you get that? Merry-go-round?
Banana Republic, man, where I get all my clothes.
No, I did point out to Rockstar, he didn't have it on earlier. It was hanging in the room in there, and I said, this is a Banana Republic sweater. It's probably the best brand any of us are wearing. I don't even know if mine has a brand.
Mine does, Grand Moss.
I swear that looks like something you could buy at Cracker Barrel. And I wonder if they've got them. Rockstar looked like he was Googling.
I did. There's a bunch of, the only shirts I see are wolves and eagles, and there's no sweaters.
I would have taken that. I walked the Galleria last night into Belk and Sears, by the way, has shut down. There's nothing in Sears.
Yeah, Dunaway was unaware that the Sears and Roebuck, well, it's not been Ann Roebuck in a while, that Sears basically is out of business. Like the whole.
See, I thought JCPenney was out of business till the other day. I parked at JCPenney to run to Spencer to get the Dirty Santa gifts.
Yeah.
And it's still open.
Yeah, it is open. That's why I entered.
There probably was a dirty or a tacky sweater there.
There was not. Walked around the whole store. Walked around the whole store.
Saw canine dogs out there.
Yeah, saw some of those.
Chris says left zip definitely woman's sweater.
Yeah,
you make it look even more girly, Jim.
Nate said women's buttons and zippers on the opposite side of men's. I'm right. So does Charles, a great female listener. So it's Tacky Sweater Day here on the show because it's Lance's last day before Christmas. So we'll lose Lance for Wednesday, Thursday. We're here live tomorrow, the four of us, without Forrester and Lance. And then Friday, we're all off and hope you all enjoy a Merry, Merry Christmas. We're back on Monday in Dallas with live shows all week long from Dallas, both in the morning and some specialty shows every night from the Big D as we get ready for the national championship. And we'll start off the national championship conversation after LT tells us about the great folks at Ship Happens.
Hey, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, it is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Justin in the Farmfolio chat room, will we be at the Alabama game tonight? Yes, we will. Four of us will. LT will not because the Ramley's in action tonight.
Yes, Rams, 6 o'clock kick against Seattle. Big game for the Rams. They win this game, they're tied for the division lead in the NFC West.
Yeah, so no LT tonight. The rest of us will be down there watching Davidson and Alabama do battle at 6 o'clock. Tickets still available. Ticketmaster.com for the CM Newton Classic. You can get those tickets right now.
Because this got confusing last year. For those that don't have DirecTV Sunday Ticket, is this game available to everyone? Rams Seattle, so the whole nation will get it on Fox?
Yeah, so it's going to be on Fox, NFL Network, and Sunday Ticket.
Okay. Because there were some last year that were pushed back to like middle of the week, and if you weren't originally getting it in your market, you didn't get it. So you had to have Sunday Ticket. So I was just checking.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question because some games you didn't get, so you can get it any of those places tonight. The 2 NFL games at the same time. You have the Rams and the Seahawks. You also have the Washington football team as they take on, who are they playing? The
Philadelphia.
Eagles?
And let me say that I'm not sure about that game as far as the accessibility. Yeah, it says National Fox, but I wonder if that's just in market. I know the Seattle Rams game is national.
It got very confusing last year. Everybody thought, the game's moved to Tuesday. I'm going to get to watch everything, but it was only available in the original markets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are on Rams Seattle.
Yeah, well, then that should be everybody, yeah.
Little part of me, just for the show, will you call in tomorrow if local Fox has Washington and Philadelphia and that the game is not available on NFL Network and on the Sunday Ticket and you cannot watch the Seahawks Rams? Will you call in tomorrow?
Look, I'll have a complete meltdown, but I've got Tommy Firestick.
Yeah.
So as Rockstar learned last night, you were watching Indonesian.
Oh, yeah. I just flabbergasted. There is one. I texted you a certain genre of access to some certain things where just blew me away.
He did send me a text. Can I read the text?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Is
It's a text
it
I got
pornography?
from
Yeah.
Rocky. This is what I got from Rocky last night at 9:03 p.m. So there are hardcore porn channels on the Fire Stick.
Wow.
And my response, I would assume so.
It's everything. He told you it was everything.
No, so I was thinking, it's there, but I want to, like the channels are there. Let me click just to see. Yep.
Yeah, they're active. So can you block that? Can you block that?
No, you can favorite it. I know you can favorite it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can block anything on the Fire Stick.
Really?
Tommy Firestick, he'll have the Ram game, I promise.
Yeah.
Tommy Firestick delivering any programming you want anywhere in America. I mean, at this point, shouldn't Tommy Firestick buy commercials
I was just
on our
thinking
show?
that. Yes, absolutely.
Because he said he made a killing this
Yeah,
past
I don't.
weekend.
I think there's still this gray area with Tommy Firestick. He doesn't. I don't think he thinks so.
That's a Tommy Firestick problem.
That's right.
That's not a.
Listen,
that's
I
not a next round
guarantee
problem.
you, in the history of us together, we have advertised shadier businesses than that. Guarantee you.
Yeah, but if Leroy in Shelby County had a grow house and he was selling nickel bags, do you think we could legally promote that here?
No, but if Leroy sold,
soap, pecans,
soap out front, sure, we'd absolutely advertise it. Leroy soap.
Yep. Ask for the roundtable special.
Next round.
No. I wanted you to ask for the roundtable special.
Right. Keep us as far separated for this as possible. No, sorry, that was our old job.
We have nothing to do with that one, my friend.
That's right.
All right. We've got some discussion to get into on the college football, but we were talking NFL there. So while we're there, let's discuss what happened yesterday. That was a heartbreaking loss for Nick Mullins of Spain Park and the Cleveland Browns. I mean, Mullins, think about this. You're on the shelf. I mean, you're a practice squad guy. And then all of a sudden, you're called into action because QB1 and QB2 are out with COVID protocol. And it's a huge game for the Browns at home and a franchise whose fans are so passionate and they live on the edge of wanting to win and finally get a championship. And here comes Nicky Mullins, and he marches you down the field, play after play, 11 plays, 12 plays, scores a touchdown, puts you up 14-13, and your defense gets an interception, and you can't get that next first down to put the game away. Daniel Carlson, the great Auburn kicker who just signed a big contract, kicks the 48-yarder, game winner, walk-off. Raiders beat the Browns. Devastating loss for Cleveland.
No, it really is, because you go from, you would have been either the 6th or 7th seed, now you're all the way down to the 12th seed, and you're in the basement of the NFC North, or the AFC North, excuse me. And, they're down 10-0 in the third quarter. You find a way to take that lead, and then when Greedy Williams picked off Derek Carr, I thought the thing was over.
I did too.
And Carr comes back down, a couple of big receptions by Zay Jones. They ice Carlson. He drills it, comes back out, drills another one. A big win for the Raiders, though. They're back in the picture. It looks like Cleveland, to me, now they've got to go on the road to Lambeau next week.
Well, their next
last three
three are
games,
at Packers, at Steelers versus Bengals. I don't see how they make the playoffs with that.
Yeah,
Be lucky to get one of the three.
Yeah, I mean,
be lucky to win one of them.
Yeah, and I just 8 and 9.
It's not going to get you.
It's not going to get you in. So yeah, that was their season right there, man.
Yeah,
that's a tough loss. I mean, you don't have your quarterback in Baker Mayfield. As you said, Mullins does just enough to get you the lead, and then that is standard NFL. A team, I would love to know percentages of teams that get the ball back under 2 minutes, and they need a score to win. How often that happens? It feels like it happens all the time.
Oh,
in the NFL.
exactly. It
feels like you never get a stop.
The great Sam Shade of Alabama fame was at Walk-On's new location, and we were hanging out last night at the end of the game. And I said, man, it seems automatic in the NFL if you need less than a field goal and you've got the ball back, even with no timeouts, with over a minute, they seem to always get in field goal range and have a shot at kicking the game-winning field goal, and then it comes down to whether or not your kicker makes it.
Lance, that's why I would change, and I was talking to Dunaway about this before the show. Michael Lombardi pointed it out on Twitter, so I'll give him credit. If I were an NFL coach, the book tells you run as much time as you can, right? So the Browns had the ball, and there was 2:19 to go, and they run it to make it run down to the 2-minute warning to take as much time off the clock. But what I'm just talking about, if you don't get the first down, you're giving it back to them, you're going to lose anyway. I think I would change my strategy if I'm an NFL coach. I know the book says if they don't have timeouts, run as much time off the clock as possible. But on 3rd and 2, I think I've got the whole playbook. I throw it there. Even if it stops the clock with 2:19, I throw it there because in the NFL, if you give it back to a decent quarterback, he's going to beat you every time. It feels like.
I go back to the Baltimore. We talked about this when Harbaugh went for 2 against Green Bay on Sunday. I don't think it mattered if they got the 2 or if they would have tied the game because there was 42, 48 seconds left. They scored on first down. It's almost like you don't want to score in that situation.
I know.
And you want to run it down to about 20 seconds before you try to score.
Now, if I'm up 7, I play it differently. Like if I'm up a full score where the worst I can do is overtime or they're going to go for 2 to beat me, I play, maybe I burn the clock. But if I'm only up 2 there and I know a field goal can beat me, I think, or up 1 or 2, I think I just go ahead and throw on 3rd down if throw is the best play.
Hey, and let me say this.
Generally, it is in that situation in the NFL.
About Nick Mullins, 20 of 30, 147, a touchdown, no picks. That's about what Baker Mayfield would have done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
or Case Keenum.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, and
Mullins played fine.
I mean, yeah, but think about when you're, Baker does it every week, right? To just be on the shelf, basically, and to come out and do that at that level.
Oh, I'm saying that's impressive from Mullins. But on the other side, I think that's been the void right now for Cleveland has been Baker.
I know you're complimenting Nick Mullins, and that's what I'm trying to do too, is that when there's a value to him in the league. And, we've seen him do it for other teams as well. He's not a everyday starter or something, but how valuable is it to have that at your fingertips to call this guy up? And maybe he just floats around and is never on a roster again. He just stays in shape, and somebody just calls him on just any given Sunday, and he goes out there and quarterbacks. Pretty amazing talent to be able to do that. So good effort by him. Bad loss from the Browns. Yesterday in the college game, we had we want to talk the last night Vikings win. I guess we can talk about the bad beat in that Monday night game, right?
Terrible game.
Well, I mean, look, I lost both of those games. Tulsa was a lot yesterday, but I lost both NFL games by combined 1.5.
Yeah,
it's tough.
And then one of those was a clerical ruling that no longer they kick the extra point on a touchdown.
Well, it goes back to the 2017 walk-off Stephon Diggs against the Saints. And everybody run to the locker room, and they had to bring him back out to kick the extra point. And that's when the NFL was like, if the extra point doesn't matter, there's no reason to kick it.
And it didn't matter in that situation. I mean, 17-9.
It does for gamblers.
It did.
It always matters for somebody.
That's why it's called gambling, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard for me. Like if the extra point cost you, that was they just pulled a play out of their butt. You lost that game. You deserve to lose that game. You see what I'm saying, Lance?
You're right. It's a back.
That game's 17-3.
Well,
if
Mooney
covers.
I thought Mooney had gotten the shin down at the 8-minute mark that would have made it a 1-possession game.
Yeah.
And they had to review that, and I knew at that point it was over.
Yeah. So that's a bad beat last night on Monday Night Football, and then Tulsa was the lock we gave out on the air yesterday. That was a winner from Lance. So's to Woodhouse Spa. If you're looking for a great holiday gift right now. The bells, I hear them ringing in the background. Makes you want to go purchase something for the family at Woodhouse Spa.
Yes, Dunaway, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's Best Day Spa. The Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Center, is right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of 70 options, including massages, pregnancy massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's Best Day Spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online or stop by, see Stewart and that great staff at the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the next round sent you.
All right. I feel like if I had known Lance in 1992 and we were doing a show on remote from Parisians, this is the way it would look. This is what LT's look feels to me, like I'm watching him.
This?
Yeah, it's like 1992 Parisians. This is that pattern, very popular back in the 90s. Parisian.
This is actually...
I know it's high-end.
No, it's not high-end.
Oh, it's going to be what is it?
LLB.
Yeah.
Cashmere.
What is it? Is it J. Crew?
You tell me.
This is Neiman Marcus.
This is
J. Crew.
J. Crew. I don't have a lot of J. Crew, but she ordered it from J. Crew.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's $120.
I doubt it. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, $120.
It's itchy and it won't be worn again.
Yeah.
We can auction it off.
Oh,
I think she wants it because of the Ladybird. I think it's going to be a little big on her, but Dunaway's got something creepy coming out.
What is that when you get with that face?
That's just a nod?
Yeah.
Just a nod?
yeah. Mine's straight.
I know what you're thinking. Flash dance.
Oh, my.
Wow, awkward.
All right. Who's up? Tom Luginbill is standing by. Tom Luginbill on the other side to talk a little college football. Part of our show today being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken. Listen, did you know that a Christmas tradition actually is tamales? Did you know that, Brownie?
I didn't, Jim.
Yeah, Christmas tradition, tamales. Where do you get the best tamales in the world? Right there at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there and check them out. Lunch opens at 11 today. You can get that. And listen, tamales are a Delta Christmas tradition. If anyone is planning on stopping by to pick up some for the holidays, they'll be closed on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, so plan ahead and get that ready to go before Friday comes. So you can get that Wednesday and Thursday and have the tamales ready to go for the holidays. A Delta Christmas tradition in the Mississippi Delta, and that's where the recipe is at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Check them out online at champyschicken.com and enjoy all the great food there, including those unbelievable tamales from Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Ran into a guy at court today. He used to be an inmate here in Shelby County. He'd been arrested for DUI, battling addiction, and his girlfriend was ready to bail with their kid. And while he was in, we talked every day. I tried to help him see it wasn't too late to turn it around. That was 8 months ago. Today I found out he was in treatment, clean, and just had his first parent-teacher conference at his kid's school. He was thanking me for believing in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. I don't know what you did at work today, but me, I got to be a part of changing someone's life. Yes, sir. I got to be a part of that.
If a flexible work schedule, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $40,000 plus a year to start sounds good, then maybe you should think about a career as a jail deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change the world. Look us up at Indeed.com or on Insta.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Tom Luginbill is dressed for the occasion in just a second.
It's like Evel Knievel in the snow.
Yes, we've got Lugs in just a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Hey, the holidays are approaching. You might be wondering how you can make a little extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a solution for you. If your home's equity is the size of Santa's waist belt, then Mortgage Right can help you turn that equity into cash in your pocket with a cash out refi. Reach out today for that free home health check. See if a cash out refi is right for you. Go online, mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill is up on the Pepsi hotline in an incredible outfit that is going to, like ours, required some explanation today. It's Tacky Sweater today here in the studio. Luginbill's will as well. He is presented by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear off I-65 in Coleman, where you cannot get what he's wearing. Lugs, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, how we doing?
You look fantastic.
Well, listen, I have very select windows where I get to actually step away from football, and we just completed signing day and, been involved in bowl prep for my bowl games coming up just after Christmas. So I got about a 3-day window. I love to snow ski. So I'm up in the mountains of North Carolina, but I got obligations I got to fulfill. I got to talk to the boys. And so, I'm sitting here. I'm ready to hit. Look, let me show you guys something. Look,
yes,
that's what I'm getting ready to hit. Right there. See?
Awesome.
See?
Now,
oh, yeah.
Luginbill, this is
my name, boys.
It's not going to shock a lot of people. My favorite thing to do when I ski is the afternoon cocktails when everybody comes to the lodge. But what
afternoon?
Yeah.
What?
Is that too late or is that too early?
It's too late.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask you,
what country are we talking about?
Are you an IPA guy in the mountains? Are you do you drink some Baileys? Are you a bourbon guy?
I'm an all PA guy. Whatever they're serving, I'm warming up with. Let me just tell you that right now. And the thing that's great here is we got a great little mountaintop little spot that serves all the delicious libations while you can sit in a chair and overlook the valley of the North Carolina mountains and the Appalachian, man. It's awesome.
Oh man, that does look good. Stand up and give us the full view of the wardrobe here.
Oh, the ski suit?
Yes.
Yeah, this is my ski suit. You like this?
I do.
All right, here we go.
Nice
Now,
camera
the best
angle.
part of the ski suit is
Yes.
is the
The cape.
You gotta have the
Super
cape,
Dave.
because if you're gonna exactly. So if you're gonna ski, you gotta ski fast, right?
Yes.
And how do you ski fast? You have to have a cape. So I mean, I'm ready for all conditions.
That is your best breakdown of your analytic career there. I love that. Luginbill. If you're going to ski fast, you have to have a cape.
That's right.
College football.
Right? I mean,
yes.
seriously.
We'll get to college football here. And Keaton Slovis is still out there. And, Auburn fans, Ole Miss fans, there are some people that are fascinated with Keaton Slovis. Do you have a feel of where he would fit best coaching staff-wise and what you think maybe we still get with Keaton Slovis when he finds a home?
It's interesting because he's been in essentially the air raid offense, all right? So he's been in a one-back, sometimes two-back offense, mostly dink and dunk, not a lot of downfield stuff. Graham Harrell's a really good X's and O's coach, but he's also one of the few guys left that is just kind of an air raid guy. And so, I think he's got to go to a place where they're going to throw the football. They're going to throw it a lot. They're going to throw it from within the pocket. It's interesting because Lane Kiffin seems to be receiving a lot of criticism for maybe not landing a quarterback in the transfer portal. And my answer to that is, well, maybe there wasn't quite the right fit, right? But could Keaton Slovis, fit at Ole Miss from a quarterback perspective? Maybe. Maybe they want to be a little bit more athletic than that. But I think with a guy like Keaton Slovis, and I would say the same thing about Bo Nix, is you really got to examine the sample size, right? There's enough out there on tape for you to study a guy and to say, does this guy make us better? Does he add depth? Okay, well, that's a way to make you better. But is he better than what we have to help us win games? And Keaton Slovis has shown really, really good flashes. He's also dealt with a lot of injuries, and he's been, for the most part, fairly inconsistent. And so, you've got to measure and weigh all of that when you're in the transfer portal market at quarterback, because if you're going to go do that, you're also sending a message to your current quarterbacks, and you're sending a message in recruiting to the high school player that we're always going to be in this market.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He is presented each week by our friends at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, just off I-65 in Coleman. Great last-minute Christmas idea there at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. When you look at the receivers on Alabama's team that are not named John Mechie, the guys that have to step up, and Nick Saban mentioned a lot of them, you evaluated them coming out of high school, going to Alabama. Give me a guy that surprises you a little bit of those young guys that hasn't made more of an impact that potentially could with the absence of John Mechie in these next two games.
The easy answer there is Ja'Cory Brooks. I think the one guy that surprised me a little bit that he hasn't been as much of a fixture has been Isaiah Hall. When you go back to the spring game, you look at spring football and you're like, wow, this guy's going to burst onto the scene. It hasn't really happened. But I think it's time for Ja'Cory Brooks to be that guy, to be that go-to difference maker that draws attention, that creates problems, that allows for Jameson Williams to get some more one-on-one looks, because you're just going to roll so much coverage over to him because you're so worried about the explosive play, both over the top and underneath on slants and some of the things that he could catch at 5 and take at 80. So I think you just need to draw attention away from Jameson Williams, and whoever that may be needs to actually have some catches, do something to create some danger that forces the defense to have to account for him.
So coming into the season, I think most people said the best tandem of cornerbacks, LSU, Eli Ricks, Derek Stingley Jr. If those guys would have stayed healthy the entire year, nobody opts out, who has the better pair of cornerbacks? Is it Sauce Gardner and Kobe Bryant, or would it have been Ricks and Stingley Jr.?
I think it would have been Sauce Gardner and Kobe Bryant. And the reason why I say this, and people have kind of glossed this over or they've really forgotten about it. You know, Derek Stingley did not have a good 2020 season. In fact, there were times where it was downright poor. All right. So I felt like he needed to have a really rebound year, reassert himself, prove himself again, because 2020 on tape for him was not a good year. That wasn't the case for those guys at Cincinnati. So I'm going to go with the two at Cincinnati. The thing that I keep touching on with them is, as good as Sauce Gardner, as good as Kobe Bryant is, how good are Cincinnati sub packages? Like if they have to get into nickel or dime, or they have to, for some reason, have a guy get off the field, who's the guy replacing him and how good is he? How big is the drop off? That's the biggest concern for me if I'm Cincinnati on defense. Now, you hope you don't have any type of injury, and at least those two guys can stay on the field. But they're both right now on the outside. How do you account for all of the other stuff on the inside, the motions, the shifts, all those different things where the middle of the field could be exposed? And can you match up if you're Cincinnati with Alabama's personnel?
Explain to me, for those that don't know football like you, and Luke's played the game, coached the game, and now is one of the premier broadcasters. 3-3 stack defense. That's what Cincinnati runs. Why is that different than what Alabama sees on a given Saturday in the SEC? What makes it difficult?
Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to line up in a base three-man front where you're going to have your center covered. They're likely going to have 2-5 techniques where you're going to be lined up. Your ends are going to be over the tackles, or maybe a 4-eye, which would be the slight inside shade of the offensive tackle. And then those three guys that are right behind them, all right? You're going to have 6 in the box. And then you've got those other 5 right behind. So that counts your 11. What they do is that they're going to utilize those 3 behind the 3 defensive linemen, but they're going to line them up in a variety of areas. They might walk 2 guys up right into the B gap between the guard and the tackle, or 2 guys right next to that nose tackle. And then maybe the other third guy comes off of the edge. And then one of those 5 guys on the back end, he walks down into the box and could create what we call simulated pressures or pressure packages, where you got to account, are they bringing 5? Are they bringing 6? And where are they coming from? Because the way the alignment's going to look at the line of scrimmage, it looks like they could all come, or only 3 could come. But the question is, if they all come, where are they coming from, and which gaps do you have to account for? So what it does is it can create some issues in your pass protections. It really, really creates problems if you get behind the sticks, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 plus. Early downs, you kind of neutralize, on 3rd and 3 or less, you neutralize that a little bit, because that's not necessarily a pressure package down, and you can run the football against it. But it's essentially simplicity made to look complex, because you're trying to figure out who's coming from where and how many of them do you have to account for.
You mentioned Bo Nix earlier. Georgia opens with Oregon in Atlanta, opening weekend. Who's the starting quarterback for the Ducks, Ty Thompson or Bo Nix?
It might start out with Bo Nix. I don't know if it's going to end with Bo Nix, not just in that game, but maybe for the season. I don't think that job is going to be as easy to win as people think it is. Ty Thompson, Anthony Brown, I think through age and experience was able to hold off Ty Thompson. But as a freshman, I got the chance to see them obviously in the last game of the year versus Oregon State, and just kind of glimpsing at him in pregame a little bit and kind of reintroducing myself to him from his high school side of things. It's a really talented kid. And so I think that if Bo Nix wins that job, it's going to have to be concrete. Like, he's going to have to be far and away better, because the long-term solution for Dan Lanning in Oregon, all right, may outweigh the short-term solution of a Bo Nix who happens to be an upperclassman. But if it's close, I bet you they go with the young guy.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. What's your next bowl game? When are you back on the sidelines?
Holy smokes. So I got a busy week. So I leave on the 27th for Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the Cheez-It Bowl on the 29th with Clemson and Iowa State. Then I've got the 2 televised practices on December 30th and 31st for the Under Armour All-America week down there, which is down at Disney. Then we'll come back on the 1st. I've got the Citrus Bowl between Iowa and Kentucky. And then the very next day, I'll be back in the booth for the Under Armour game on January 2nd. So 5 events in 5 days, getting cranked up and ready to go.
Yeah. Is Tennille with you on the trip? Is it a family trip?
She is. She's not, and she's not just because of obviously the surgery that our daughter had, and her lack of mobility puts a lot of strain on that this time around. So nope, it's all work, just me. 6 days, then I'll come home. My birthday's January 3rd. Generally, I don't get to come home on my birthday because I'm down there for the Under Armour game, and I always miss my birthday with my family. This time I'll be able to go home and have a birthday on the 3rd, so that's good.
Happy early
Fantastic.
birthday. Hey, enjoy the slopes.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great Christmas. We'll see you next week.
All right, you guys too. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Luke. Take care. That is ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He's presented each week by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. They're just off I-65 in Coleman there. It is a great Christmas gift idea. You only got a couple days left. They got a ton of stuff in stock. Lugs loves the boots. They got so much more. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear just off I-65 in Coleman.
Over in the Farmfolio chat room, Jason wants to know, did Lugs get a medal in this Winter Olympics?
That's a great outfit, man. I love it. I would love to know how much the cape flaps on your way down the
I think
mountain.
it's just a little bit of a flap because there was only a little separation between the cape and the back.
Right. I mean, if
see,
it's
yeah.
straight out, that would look incredible.
Yeah. He's got video, if you go follow him on social media, of I can't remember if it's his Instagram feed or his Twitter feed, but he's got video of being shot from behind him going down the slopes. So he was teasing ahead that he was going to have that on his ski trip. So, I mean, Luke's is, by the way, his North Carolina mountain internet connection better than at home. I mean,
it was pretty solid, wasn't it?
It wasn't
Yeah, it
shaky
was.
at all. It
Yeah.
was dialed in there. It was almost like it was in HD. All right, part of our show today being brought to you by that Farmfolio chat room over there where they're talking about Luke's playing careers and all of that. Paul says Alabama's about to run it down their throat with that 3-3 stack defense.
I kind of agree with that. If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio could show you how your investment could turn into cash-flowing farmland properties. See more at farmfolio.net.
Yeah, I mean, the way he explained it made sense, and it could be confusing, and I could see where Alabama, you know, how confused they looked against Auburn. Some of that was crowd noise, we were told afterwards, and then how good they looked against Georgia in protection. You wonder, you know, if you can stress that line, make them make decisions, and would that 3-3 stack be confusing? But it does seem like it sets the table that if B-Rob gets healthy, does it look like your grandmother's talking about football?
It really does.
Yeah.
I cannot not look at your sweater. It is just so ridiculous.
I do feel like
coming from this guy.
I'm calling it ridiculous.
But everyone's right in the Farmfolio chat room. That is LT's favorite Christmas movie. You're Bad Santa. Because remember, he walks around with that beard down a lot. Yeah. Like if
you just need a bottle and a cigarette.
Yeah, like if you
we got bottles back there.
like if you puke in that at one time today, it will be Bad Santa right here. It'll be great.
I got to meet a guy for lunch after the show too.
So I've already, you skin that off.
Oh,
I've already
I've gotta
seen Bad
change.
Santa once this season.
Yeah.
You've only seen it once, or
No, I saw it like last week.
Yeah. I've never seen it. I've seen bits and pieces.
It's so good.
I'm going to watch it on my day off.
Yeah, so the roommate's really upset because she loves watching all these holiday movies, and I took one for the team and watched
Love Actually.
Love Actually. We watched Bad Santa and Die Hard. And so the last 3 or 4 days, 2 movies I've made her watch. She's so pissed because she wanted to watch Christmas movies. Complete train wreck movies. One called Land with Robin Wright.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have.
It's really good.
Yeah,
but it's train wreck.
Yeah, it's rough.
And then I watched Swan Song, the new Apple movie.
Well, I haven't
Mahershala Ali.
Yes, I haven't seen that yet, but did see Land.
It's another train wreck too.
From our Sunday night dinner on the drive home,
Banquet.
banquet. I drove LT and Marianne back to the house, and so as we're driving down the road, LT was trying to convince Maggie to watch Yellow Jackets. Maggie, you'll love it. Maggie's, oh, okay. Marianne, every time LT was said, you'd love it, Marianne was like, you will not. No, you'll love it, Maggie. You will not. It was back and forth all the way home. No, you'll love it, Maggie, blah, blah, blah. You will not love it. That back and forth.
But I think Maggie would love it.
Yeah. And Marianne, if she was right here, would say, you would not. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the Pants Store, where you'll absolutely love it, no doubt about it. If you're looking for that gift, open today or order online, pantstore.com. Free shipping for orders over $100. If you've got a fan in your life, Alabama, Auburn, UAB fan, great game day wear right there. The quarter zips. You've got the button downs, the hoodies, the polos, all of that from name brands in your favorite teams, hats, all the accessories, all right there. They've got gift wrapping, they've got gift cards, and that $100 free shipping online at panstore.com, or you can just go by the 5 great locations. You find them over in Leeds. You get them in Crestline, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. It's panstore.com. Panstore.com. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com. Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
We love all the pictures that you see in the commercial break from throughout the football season. Thank you so much for sporting the Next Round gear. And so many of you, just yesterday, 3 different people that ordered Next Round gear to give their husbands or for a friend as a gift. Thank you guys so much. nextround.store there. And as always, thank you guys for supporting our sponsors, including the mailroom, where you can get by there and get tight for the holidays.
Yeah, that's what you need, Dunaway. Mailroom would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from the Mailroom. After the challenges the last couple of years, they are fully staffed, ready to serve. Call for your appointment or just drop by 995-4285. That's 995-4285, located in Inverness Corners at Valleydale on Highway 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
All right, let's, Rockstar, give me cut number 2, Jameson Williams, because, Brown, we'll do a precision sports injury update here because you brought this up with Lugs about replacing John Mechie. And then yesterday, Nick Saban talked about how Javon Baker, Trayshawn Holden, Agiye Hall, Ja'Cory Brooks were all stepping up in practice. Here's Jameson Williams on what has he and the other receivers have decided is the philosophy they have to take in replacing Mech.
I feel like we all have to step up and do a better job. With Mech going down, receivers have to play a big part in the offense. I feel like all of us have to step up in some type of way, no matter who it is. I feel like we all have the big play mentality. So things shouldn't be very hard because I feel like we have a lot of talent in the room, and we just have to make plays.
They do have a lot of talent in the room. Here's what they have to replace, Brown. 96 catches, 1,142 yards, and 8 touchdowns. But over the last 6 games, that guy, Jameson Williams, averaging 143 a game and already had 9 touchdowns. In 6 games, he has more touchdowns than Mech did.
You know, it's weird. He's almost, we only saw him the one quarter. He's almost expected to do what Devontae Smith did after Waddle got hurt last year, which is get better. But, you also had Mechie still out there with him. The most Nick Saban era thing ever would be some receiver step up and have 2 massive games. And everybody in the country be like, you gotta be kidding me. This guy was just on the bench all year?
Yeah, there's the next first-round draft pick.
I know. That'd be the most Saban thing ever.
Obviously, Ja'Cory Brooks had the huge reception against Auburn. But outside of that, this offense just hasn't been the same without both of them in it. And maybe it'll be different with the time off and some of these younger guys getting more reps with the ones and getting prepared for this Cincinnati matchup. But without Jameson against Auburn in that second half, the offense was terrible. And I thought without Mech, especially in the third quarter against Georgia, the offense looked out of sorts.
Well, it was out of sorts, but they moved it much better against Georgia without John Mechie than they did against Auburn without Jameson Williams.
No, I'll give you that. Yeah. Mechie is so good, though, at finding those underneath pockets.
Yep.
He's just what I would call a crafty wide receiver.
That's right. He's going to find the grass. He's going to find the open space, runs great routes. That'll be hard to miss. It'll be easy to miss, and you'll be hard to replace. Trayshawn Holden hasn't had the wow moments like, say, Brooks has or Hall back in the A-Day game, but he seems to have been the most consistent of the guys. My Nick Saban hand gestures there, the most consistent of the guys. We'll see who steps up when Alabama plays Cincinnati. We'll be there in Dallas starting on Monday with live shows during our normal time, some specialty shows throughout, so stay tuned for that. Next week, live from Dallas, the next round on the road. That's our Precision Sports injury update.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Now 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. I just did it myself. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Brett makes a great point in the Farmfolio chat room. This would be an amazing time for Jaleel Billingsley to remind you what kind of player he is. Or Cameron Latu, either tight end.
Both of those guys have NFL potential.
They do.
And if you want to get some good film, these are the kind of stages you need to step up.
That's right. It's a good time. And Billingsley was supposed to be that guy back in August, and he just hasn't had the year you thought he was going to have.
Well, I think if you're Billingsley, not as much, but if you're in a Jai Hall, a Ja'Cory Brooks, even a Slade Bolden, I think you can expect to get a little more favorable coverage. Right. I mean, you've got to think, at least to start the game, Cincinnati's going to shades toward Jamison Williams and give, whether it is Sauce Gardner or Kobe Bryant, whoever the corner is on Williams, give him some help. Because Williams has burned a lot of good corners. And, I think until you prove that corner can stay with him, he's going to get some help. So the other side should get some pretty favorable coverage.
That's right. And if that tight end starts relying safeties to think about them, then that opens up the door. Brett and everybody all over the tight ends for this game. Fans love when tight ends are a big part of it.
Throw him the ball.
Hey, Clay Travis up next, and then we'll talk to Daniel Jeremiah about just how impressive Jameis Williams has been and other future NFL stars. We'll talk about all the talent on the field with DJ coming up in the next hour as well. Part of our show being brought to you by Odie's. We're all heading tonight to watch a little basketball. And tomorrow night, everybody's heading out for trivia.
Yeah, look, tomorrow night should be a great time. A lot of family and friends in town. If you've never brought them by trivia before, me and Rocky and Will Haver will get started about 8 o'clock. Make sure you come by. Get there a little early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis, including the burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Come watch some bowl action all bowl season long. You can enjoy the beer buckets with the ice-cold Bud Light. It's the Birmingham Institution. It's Odie's Tavern located Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Clay Travis standing by. We'll talk to him, and then the great Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network. But your headlines this hour brought to you by Rockstar's guy.
That guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know that Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Big action tonight in town. Alabama hosting Davidson, 8-2 Davidson, the replacement for Colorado State in the CM Newton Classic down at the BJCC. 6 o'clock for that one. Bama, number 10 in the country, 8-2 Davidson in that contest. Auburn gets 10-1 Murray State tomorrow night. Auburn, number 12 in the country, 10-1. 5 o'clock on Wednesday. Bruce Pearl saying yesterday Allen Flanagan could come back from the Achilles injury and play in that contest for Auburn. Luke Fickell wins the Eddie Robinson Award, voted on by the Football Writers Association of America. And Marcus Banks transfers to Mississippi State, the former Alabama DB.
Clay Travis with us now on the Pepsi Hotline, the Outkick founder and also part of Fox Sports. Hello, Clay. How are you?
Doing well. I'm down in Key West looking out over the ocean here, about to fly back home, but been down here the past several days.
Well, that is a bucket list trip that my wife and I want to take, and we've never gone yet.
I'd never been.
Do you like it? Would you go back?
Yeah, it's been great. We're already planning. It's just my wife and I, so that probably factors in. We don't have all 3 kids running around, which is relatively rare. But no, it's fantastic. Meals have been great. Weather, it's raining today, but prior to today, it's been absolutely perfect. I'm a shorts and flip-flops and t-shirt kind of guy, so it fits in pretty well here.
So I want to ask you this because I've heard people say one of the errors people make when they go to Key West is they fly through the drive, and sometimes the drive through the other keys can be just as good as actual Key West. So did you fly into Miami? Did you take your time on the drive through?
No, we flew into Key West.
Okay.
I 2 years ago, I've been to the Keys before. So 2 years ago, I married a couple in Isla Mirada, which is part of the way down. And so I've made the drive before. And honestly, that's not an easy drive.
No.
I mean, you fly into Miami or you fly into Fort Lauderdale or wherever it is. You got to get a car. It's 140 or 150 miles, depending on what time you leave and how the traffic is. This was ideal. hour and 50-minute flight direct from Nashville. You land right on the island, and so far everything's been perfect.
So you are an ordained minister, and was that the only couple you married, or was there another one? Because I talked to somebody that was at one of the weddings. They said that there were jet skis, like doing, spin outs, and it was a complete mess. And I know one of the couples you married didn't even make it a year, right?
I've married two couples. Yeah, one of them didn't make it a year. The other one, they're doing fantastic. In fact, they're going to have a baby in April. So
national average, man, 50-50. Good job, Clay.
Yeah. And I've been pushing that the baby needs to be named after me, but I'm, a humble guy, so I don't know if they're going to do it or not.
Would you push for Clay as the first name or Travis as the first name?
Either one works, yeah.
I would take either. I would take either. It's more about the honor than it is the name. I mean, I'd be fine either way. And I'd go middle name, too. I mean, I would accept that. I mean, again, humble guy that I am.
Well, what is the next, unique thing you'd like to do other than you've married a couple before? You have you're so in the spotlight now. Is there anything unique and weird that you could do now, moving forward? That everywhere we go now. We used to laugh when you would say, no, honest to goodness, we walked through Tuscaloosa, everyone would recognize me, and we would laugh about that on the show. But now I've been with you on 3 trips, and it is true. Everywhere we go, people start taking pictures with you. It's gotten a little weird. Can you do anything anymore weird?
What I said several years ago was, and I still stand by this, I don't think it was a crazy proposition, that 50% of people in Bryant-Denny Stadium would have an opinion and or recognize my name. I certainly think that it's at least 50% now. Maybe I was a little bit high then, but I mean, in SEC football stadiums, one positive or negative, there's a high level of recognition for me or for Outkick at this point.
Oh, it's well over 50% now. I used to joke about you saying that, but it is well over 50% now. I mean, it is legit. People taking pictures. You need a security guard is where we are now.
Yeah, I do have security. So far nobody's killed me. And I think what probably would drive LT to crazy. I think what probably would drive LT to crazy is because I've been coming on with him since like 2006 or whatever it was when Saban got hired, 2007. Like the overall positivity rate. I might, for Alabama fans and for Auburn fans, but I don't think Auburn fans really ever were. Well, maybe over the Cam stuff, but I mean, it's almost all positive, right? I mean, there's very little negativity we see.
Yeah, the last couple of years have been really, really good for you. Let me ask you though. Moving forward in your future, better chance of running for public office, whether it's governor, maybe president one day for some of those people that really love you, or you getting canceled one day? What's the better chance of happening?
Oh, I think me running for governor of Tennessee is far more likely than me getting canceled. I don't think you can, when you have an audience that likes you, right? That audience is not suddenly going to stop liking you. Could you get canceled in the context of, hey, you can't do a radio show the same way, or you can't do TV shows the same way? I think that kind of stuff can happen, but there's so many ways to reach your audience. I don't think there's any way, for instance, that I could never have a podcast, right? Or I could never have you guys have a great, video streaming show that you're doing. I don't know how you would be able to cancel that, right? So I think it's almost impossible to cancel, somebody who's an independent media voice. Now, you can be stifled, and it can be harder to grow because you're not allowed to be on social media platforms or apps or things like that. But in terms of just being able to write whatever I want to write on the internet or say whatever I want to say on video or podcast, I don't think there's any way to cancel somebody who has an audience of people that like them. You can make them less influential. You can make their audience smaller, but I don't think you can silence them.
Outkick founder Clay Travis with us, also with Fox. He is on the Pepsi hotline. A reminder that auto rates have lowered 4 times in the past 12 months. Great time for an insurance checkup with the Stand Up for Insurance Group. Call this number, 664-3200, 664-3200. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. Let them run the numbers for you. StandUpForInsuranceGroup.com. That is standiferinsurancegroup.com. Cincinnati is moving to the Big 12, so this changes the question a little bit. But this coaching cycle came and went without Luke Fickell getting another job. Would have been complicated at this point with them in the playoffs. Dunaway thinks Cincinnati's going to pay him $8 million to stay. I just don't think Cincinnati can do that.
7.
Okay. Jim thinks they're going to pay him 7. You said 8 last
8.
time. Lance called him a Bearcat, possibly a Bearcat for life the other day is what Lance called him. Are we in the world where you could see Luke Fickell coaching there forever?
Well, here's where we're in the world of, I think. First of all, they made the playoff. So the argument, hey, you could never make the playoff from a school like Cincinnati. As you mentioned, they're now in the Big 12. It remains to be seen what the future of the Big 12 is going to be. But there are many places where you're a college basketball coach and you decide you're never going to leave. I think of a couple, and now one of them ended up with a scandal that kind of forced him out. But there's never been any need for Mark Few to leave Gonzaga to win a national championship. And Greg Williams had Wichita State to the point where they were an overall number 1 seed. And the reason why guys can stay at relatively smaller college basketball programs is because the NCAA tournament is a free-for-all. And if you're good enough to get in as one of those 68 teams, you can legitimately win a national championship at a non-Power 5 school. And I would not even say that's a crazy proposition for many of those places, right? I think if the college football playoff expands to 12, which I believe it is going to do, when it expands to 12, it's going to open up the pathway for many different programs and many different coaches to believe that they are able to get back there again, if that makes sense. And so I could see somebody like a Luke Fickell, if he truly loves Cincinnati, if he feels like it's a perfect place for him. Well, hey, when you're going to a 12-team college football playoff, that can make sense. And by the way, I think you can expand it to, let's say, a Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss or something of that nature, where usually you would have a guy jump at the opportunity to go to a bigger program in the SEC. I mean, Lane Kiffin, if there were a 12-team playoff, would have had Ole Miss in the playoff this year. I mean, Ole Miss would be in the I believe, I think you guys probably agree, in the 12-team playoff. I mean, they were the third best team in the SEC. They would have been in a 12-team playoff this year. And so I think that changes the calculus quite a bit, where you don't feel like in order to stay at a program, you have to give up on your ultimate goal. Is it more likely to be at a bigger program to be able to win a championship? Probably. But is it improbable that you could get into the playoff and win? I don't think so.
Clay, your Titans are going in the wrong direction. When you look at the current playoff picture, the 14 teams that are seated at least at this moment as we sit here and talk on a Tuesday, is it safe to say that Ryan Tannehill is playing worse than any of the other 13 quarterbacks? And just quickly, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Mac Jones, Justin Herbert, Carson Wentz, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott, Garoppolo, Stafford, Kyler Murray, Tom Brady, and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said that Tannehill looks like at best a top 20 quarterback in the NFL right now, and I don't think you would take him over any of those guys right now. Now, Thursday, the Titans play against the 49ers. They got the 49ers, the Dolphins, and the Texans to go. Things could change if Derrick Henry comes back. There's hope. We were talking about Ole Miss a second ago. There's hope that A.J. Brown, wide receiver, he's coming off the injured reserve list, that he could play. Tannehill has had a lot of injuries. The Titans have had cluster injuries at the wide receiver position, and certainly Derrick Henry being out. But Tannehill has proven that he's not a guy, I think, who can put a team on his shoulders and carry them without a great deal of talent around him. The positive is the defense is really good. If Derrick Henry comes back, I think they can run the football. But I tweeted the other day, I'm a Titans diehard, and I said, look, the Titans, in order to win the Super Bowl this year, we just need every other quarterback that we're playing against to get COVID that week, and boom, we're able to win the championship. So I don't feel good about Tannehill's ability to win games himself. I think there's a virtually 0% chance that he wins 3 or 4 games and gets to the Super Bowl or wins it there.
Jeff Fisher reports have him interviewing for the East Tennessee State football job. 63 years old. Why? Why would you do that? Why not just sit on your legacy of having the Titans in the Super Bowl one time and be one of the I won't call him great NFL coaches, but he had success in the NFL. Why go back and do this at that level?
I know Jeff Fisher pretty well, and I think the answer is he loves coaching football. I think you have to factor in on some level. We look at people objectively and say, oh, that's a massive, step back. But think about how many guys have gotten fired and gone and worked with high school teams, just because they love coaching football, no matter what level it is. And it's funny, I'm in Key West right now, and Mike Leach is a friend of mine. He spent a lot of time down here, and we had a conversation about how much he missed football. I mean, he was helping out with the Key West, high school football team here. He was going and looking at their film and helping them come up with play designs and everything else, because he's just a guy who loves coaching offensive football. And I think, we underrate sometimes how much people, might really genuinely love what they're doing, and look at it in terms of, the impact of that is so much lower. But there are a lot of people, for instance, who love doing radio or whatever, and some of them in the later years of their career might end up doing a small radio show, not because they're trying to build that career or make a living or somehow burnish their credentials, but just because they love what they do. And I think that's a function of Jeff Fisher at East Tennessee. He doesn't need money. His legacies are set, right, with the Titans and the Rams and all the coaching that he did, and frankly, all the playing that he did with the Chicago Bears. But I think he just loves football, and 63 doesn't feel really that old to him. And so what are you going to do for the next, 10 or 15 years of your life? I think it's the same reason that Nick Saban's never going to retire now at Alabama. I just, he gets a charge and a drive out of the challenge that comes with running a football program. Where else is he going to get that same level of intensity and engagement? And I think there are a lot of guys. I mean, I think Urban Meyer's an example. I don't know that the Jacksonville was the right fit for him, but I think he decided, sitting in a television studio just doesn't get the juices flowing for him like being on the sideline for a game.
Do you have a go-to Christmas movie?
I like Christmas Vacation. I love that one, but my favorite is still Christmas Story. I mean, I just think when you sit down in front of a Christmas Story with Ralphie and everything associated with that, it's such a timeless movie that if I'm flipping around on Christmas Eve, or I don't even know when they do it now, they have the marathon on CBS, I think. It's one of those that you can just start watching and it doesn't matter where it is, and it's just, there's so many different little parts of that movie that are just fabulous.
Yeah, the dad is fantastic. I don't know the actor's name that played the dad, but he is so funny.
I mean, it's almost like every bit of that movie, or like there's a series of 5 to 10 minute scenes that are all perfectly interwoven together. So and it's timeless in many ways. So I like that. The boys are big fans of Elf over the years. The one that got really popular with them when they were little, I probably watched, what's the Polar Express movie?
Oh, yeah.
I probably watched the Polar Express like 1,000 times in my house as a Christmas movie. So those would be the four that immediately kind of come to mind as staples.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter as well. Clay, we will see you next week. Have a great Christmas, safe travels back home, and enjoy your time with the family.
All right, we'll do, my man. I'll see you guys.
Thank you. Take care.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Bye-bye. That is Clay Travis with us on the Pepsi Hotline. As many point out in the Farmfolio chat room, weird that the best cell phone he's ever had is in Key West.
Oh, him and Luginbill on a roll today.
I know. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pressure on
What
Daniel
we got
Jeremiah.
next? Yeah.
DJ coming up from L.A.
Yeah, can't wait to talk to him. I love the great community. Maybe this is what's happening in 2022. Maybe they just rolled it out today. Maybe we got better cell service.
Who knows?
Yeah,
6G.
Or maybe they juice it up in time for all the gifts that are given that are cell phones, and then they'll pare it back down in January.
There's that possibility too.
Yeah. This just coming in, Boston College Wake Forest adds to the list of canceled games. What makes this interesting, because remember all the protocols that were set in place in college with the COVID-19 moving into the year was forfeits. So Wake Forest now will be 2-0 in the ACC without having to play a game.
Wow. It's a heck of a start for them.
So dumb.
That is dumb.
Boston College gets the forfeit there. cancel there because of protocols within the Boston College basketball program. Texas A&M has shut down their football ops for the time being because of an outbreak of COVID-19 with vaccinated players. Alabama's Nick Saban saying yesterday at the news conference that Alabama had already reinstated their safety protocols and practices inside the facilities, and that their practices that they'd used all of last year during the national championship year. Something that he felt worked very well. 90% are not only vaccinated but boosted, said Nick Saban yesterday, at least 90% of the team, and they're using the safety protocols, but he will let his players go home for Christmas just like he did last year, and they'll have a safety packet to help keep them as safe as possible as they travel this holiday season. That from the sports front, as we continue to watch the variant that is out there be dealt with in a variety of different ways. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka and Redmont Distilling.
Hey, their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell, it's vodka perfection this holiday season. If you're heading to a holiday party, don't go empty-handed. Take a bottle of Redmont vodka. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this holiday season of Redmont vodka.
If you're just tuning in on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, it is Tacky Sweater Day on the show. I know I wear some horrible-looking outfits, and you may not be able to tell the difference with me, but with these two guys, you obviously can, and that is what we're doing. It's LT's last day with us. He'll be back with us next week. We have live shows tomorrow and Thursday as well. We're all taking Friday off for Christmas Eve. We suggest you do the same thing and enjoy your Christmas, and then come back with us live on Monday in our normal time, plus a specialty show Monday night as we go live from Dallas with Alabama on the road. They practice Sunday in Dallas, and we'll be out there with them starting Monday as the next round hits the road. When we come back, Daniel Jeremiah joins the conversation on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
At Bromberg's, we know what it takes to be Alabama's longest-standing business. Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg, and we've made our reputation by partnering with master craftsman jeweler Philip Flanagan, who combines classic beauty with impeccable quality into timeless designs that can be worn every day. We've also enlisted master crystal engraver Harold Hergelatz Jr. to create exclusive engraved pieces. You see, at Bromberg's, if you can imagine it, we can make it. Bromberg's, a Christmas tradition in Alabama since 1836, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Boy Frank 79629, standby.
In school, I thought I might want to be a lawyer or a therapist. Mom always said I could talk to anyone, but being cooped up in an office all day didn't really appeal to me. And then I found a job working as a deputy in Shelby County. Now I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their life. Nearly always, they just want someone to listen. And I've always been good at that. Plus, it pays great. Plenty of time off, great benefits, and each day is a new challenge, and I never stop talking. Or smiling.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home card, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
It's Auburn versus Houston at the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at Protective Stadium. Don't miss the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown on December 27th. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into game day spirit. Tickets and more info at birminghambowl.com.
Hey, we're back with you on the next round today. Daniel Jeremiah in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Whether you're in SoCal or South Florida, you can get a mortgage with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, if you're ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account is at a standstill, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance, pay off debt, renovate your home, or even buy yourself that pinball machine that's been sitting in your eBay cart. Whatever needs funding is in your future if you have the home equity to back it up. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right will guide you through the entire process with ease. Make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Daniel Jeremiah is on Twitter at Move the Sticks. He is on the NFL Network, and he's with us on the Pepsi Hotline. DJ, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. You listen to the Christmas music very, very early, don't you? You're like a late October guy.
Well, I am a late October, the lights go up but don't go on guy, and then I am a Christmas music. I try to wait till Thanksgiving is over, but I might be a week early on that one. Not going to lie.
What's your favorite? What's your go-to? Like if you could only listen to one Christmas song the rest of your life, you go with what?
Oh man, do I have to admit it's the Mariah Carey song?
I mean, no, because we did the story the other day.
They never play it.
She's made $50 million off that song. That one song.
Shut 50 the front door.
Was it that what you said?
Yeah, $50 million off that one song.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, it's a classic. I don't have any shame that I enjoy Little Wham as well. They have a
Last
good,
Christmas
song.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a sneaky good one.
All right, so DJ, how confident are you right now that you could get 3 of the 4 participants in the AFC and NFC championship games?
3 of the 4.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about 3 of the 4.
Really? You think you could?
Yeah.
Really? Gosh. Okay. Well, I feel great about Green Bay.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
So there's the one I feel great about. I feel great about Kansas City. So there's 2.
Yep.
When you get to the 3 and the 4, though, my confidence level starts to really drop off. I'm curious to know who you think is. Are you saying Tampa is the 3rd?
No. Well, here's what I would say. I think Tampa's got some bad injuries, and then they've got some bad matchups. You know, before Saturday night, and I just had a feeling the Colts would play like that. I still think New England's right there.
That's a good one.
So I think I would go New England, and then if I had to go a fourth, I think I'm going San Francisco.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, San Francisco's playing good ball right now. I think those are all possible for sure, but I don't feel great about it. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at it, calling these Charger games, and everybody's got the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and rightfully so. They've rattled off all these wins in a row. And I'm sitting here going, okay, the Chargers, when Derwin James is out in the field, match up with them extremely well. And I don't think, and I know from talking to some people in Kansas City, I don't think that they would want to see that matchup in the playoffs, see them for the third time. But then, so I'm looking at that going, okay, well, the Chargers are a team that could make a deep run. The Chargers are also a team, if they screw up down the stretch, don't make the playoffs. Like, that's kind of like, it's very indicative of what this year is, which is there's a lot of people that have high ceilings and low floors at this time. What is it, like 20-something? There's like 25 teams or something crazy that are still alive right now. It's insane.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's good for the league. Parity is supposed to be a good thing, but I sort of like watching dominant teams. And, I know I'm supposed to watch, 7-6 versus 7-6 because there's playoff implications. Do you think parity is a good thing for the NFL, that so many teams still have a shot? Or would you like to see a little bit more separation?
Well, normally, I mean, there's a chance you can have both, right? Usually you have one conference where you've got a couple teams that just are elite, and then there's another conference where it's a little bit down and there's more parity. It just seems like across the board, I can't remember a year where there's this much parity from the AFC and the NFC. So I'm with you. I like seeing kind of those special, rare dominant teams where it's going to take, it's going to take somebody's absolute best shot playing a perfect game to knock a team off. I don't think we have that. Even with Green Bay, I don't think we have that. So, it's wide open. I'm sure the NFL probably prefers it this way just because you keep more fan bases into it. But as somebody who does the draft stuff, I'm like, okay, that's fine. We just take those people and just shift them from the playoff picture over to the draft picture. You can still keep them.
Other than LSU in 2019, nobody threw at Trayvon Diggs at Alabama. So we're not exposed to what we're seeing during this season with the 10 interceptions from afar. And you scout this stuff. Yeah. Did you know this was coming from Trayvon Diggs, and how impressive is the 10 interceptions?
Well, when he was coming out, I compared him to Aqib Talib. Aqib had such tremendous ball skills coming out of college, and there was a little bit of a question about his deep speed. But he, when he's landed in systems that have kind of protected him from that standpoint, he was able to play aggressive and really go try and make plays. And with that, you give up some plays. I think Marcus Peters is another example of that. So, I mean, I could make a reel of Diggs giving up a bunch of plays. He's not like he's been somebody you can't throw on in the NFL, but he's the plays, the good plays so far outweigh the ones he gives up. So they let him play that aggressive brand of football. It fits him beautifully. And the ball skills, he's got so much length and range, and the ball skills are just phenomenal. But you got to live with a couple of the boo-boos as well. It's the same way it's been with Marcus Peters his whole career.
Yeah, that happened in the 2019 LSU game. He got beat a couple of times in that game. So that's sort of...
Well, that was a pretty good offense.
Yeah, but that was spot on what has happened in his NFL career.
Yeah, he's been, it's really fun to watch the Cowboys on defense. If you'd have told me before the year that when Monday mornings would roll around, that when you get up early and I get up to the network and start watching stuff, that I would prefer to watch the Cowboys offense or defense as opposed to their offense, I'd have said you're crazy.
Daniel Jeremiah is with us at Move the Sticks on Twitter is where you find him. At Move the Sticks, you see him on the NFL Network throughout the season and also especially around the draft. He is on the Pepsi Hotline. A reminder, you can save energy and money by following simple tips with Alabama Power. Does it take much to notice a big difference? Open your drapes or blinds to take advantage of the sun's rays during the day and help heat your home. Close them on the shaded side of the house at night. For more energy and saving tips, alabamapower.com/winterize. True or false, the Arizona Cardinals have won their last game of the season?
Ooh, I would be leaning more towards the true side of things than the false side of things. They lost last year. They finished the season. They lost 5 of their last 7 games. So they've lost 3 of 5 games now, and now they've got the Colts, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks. So
yeah,
I feel very comfortable in saying they're going to lose their next 2. So then they're in a situation where they've lost 5 of 7. They could end this year losing 6 of 8 after losing 5 of 7 at the end of the year last year. And Kyler's first year, they were just bad all the way through the whole year. But we had to talk about this on the podcast yesterday with Bucky. Saying what's interesting. I think you can at least have the discussion, with Kyler not being the biggest guy in the world, and that was a little, the only really knock on him because he's so talented. But now we're going to have 3 years in a row where you've had issues with his health and his performance and the team's performance coming down the stretch 3 years in a row. Like, that's a legitimate concern.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, those 3 games, Colts, Cowboys, Seahawks, all good teams, and then potentially a road playoff game. And if I'd have told you 2 or 3 weeks ago they would even have a road playoff game, it might have sounded crazy.
Yeah, and taking Hopkins out of the mix here for the end of the stretch run here is not going to help him at all. But I thought you could see Kyler getting visibly frustrated the other day against Detroit. But that's as bad a loss as we've seen this year in the league. I can't think of a worse loss than that. Maybe Jacksonville beating Buffalo would be there, but that was a 9-6 competitive game as ugly as it was. This was a blowout. I mean, they got their doors blown off by the Detroit Lions.
Bigger threat to win 2 playoff games, the Bengals or the Colts?
Oh, gosh. I would say as well as the Colts are playing, and I think they're, the defense is outstanding and they can really, really run the football. Carson and his performance and them trying to hide him a little bit scares me. I just would believe a little bit more in Burrow. And I think the Bengals with their defensive front, with Hendrickson and Hubbard and Larry Ogunjobi inside, I think they've got a pretty good group on defense up front. And I just buy more into Joe being able to make those plays, in kind of big spots to get them through a couple postseason games. So I've seen the Bengals up close and personal this year. I saw them against the Chargers, and I know kind of what their upside is. I think the Colts are going to be in every single game. Nobody's going to be able to put them away and blow them out. But in the playoffs, it always usually, for the most part, comes down to those 3 throws. And I just feel a heck of a lot more confident in Joe right now than I do in Carson.
I'm a Buccaneers fan. How bad is the Godwin injury to the hopes of making it back to the Super Bowl? Can Antonio Brown fill that slot? Can someone else?
Yeah, I think Antonio Brown comes in there. It'll change and morph that offense a little bit because obviously they're different guys. But I stopped betting against Tom Brady a long time ago, so I'm not going to start now. I think they'll just kind of morph into it and figure it out. I don't imagine you're going to have many more games where Rob Gronkowski drops as many balls as he did the other night. And I've got the sense a little bit with them. I know the Godwin injury is big, but you're watching them. It's a 17-game season. It almost with the Bucs a little bit is like, let's just get to the postseason. They can find another knob. They can find another level and turn that knob up a little bit once they get to the postseason. So that's a tough injury, but they are one of the few teams that has some depth there at that spot, especially with Antonio Brown being recently forgiven.
About a month ago, former Auburn quarterback Bo Nix was on the show, and he said, look, I'm going to do what's in the best interest of me getting to the NFL. Since then, he's transferred to Oregon. This might be an unfair question because I don't know how much Bo Nix film you've watched. To me, it doesn't jump out that Bo Nix is a future NFL quarterback. But where are you right now on Bo Nix at the next level?
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen him watching other guys on tape, and he just kind of runs around and tries to create some things and make some things happen. I mean, that's my takeaway from watching him. Really, wasn't really all that impressed. Nothing jumped out to me of him playing on schedule and going through progressions and delivering accurate football. So I didn't really. He wasn't really on my radar from the draft perspective because I've never heard anybody really talk about him in that regard around the league, and just a little bit that I've seen just seemed kind of more like a run around, try and create college quarterback.
Can you give us a handful of guys from the college football playoff, Alabama, Cincinnati, Georgia, Michigan, that you love watching?
I just was doing some work on Sauce Gardner, the corner from Cincinnati, who's a really good player, and talking to some buddies at Alabama. They think that he's the best corner that they've seen this year. So he lives up to it. The Georgia guys, I mean, there's a stinking million of them. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with them in this next game if they see some tempo. I think Alabama kind of exposed them a little bit with some of that tempo. I think Jordan Davis got completely gassed. So to see how he plays going forward will be interesting. I love Nakobe Dean. I got buddies in the NFL that say, when you see him up close, he's just not real big. But God, the guy flies all over the field. It reminds me so much of Jonathan Vilma when I did him coming out. So he's a fun one to watch. Jamison Williams is as fast as anybody in college football. So there's a group. I watched Mechie last night because I hadn't done him yet. I know obviously he's hurt, not playing, but I would put him in that group of that big six. I mean, there's 7 wide receivers. You could shake them up, and I'd be fine with whatever order you pick that you put them in because there's so many different flavors. But the 2 Ohio State kids, the Penn State kid, Jamison Williams, Traylon Burks, Drake London, and Mechie, I would put all those guys in there together. I mean, that's another really, really good year for wideouts.
Well, Mechie runs some good routes, doesn't he?
He's just a pro. Like, you know who he kind of reminded me of? He actually reminded me of Cooper Kupp a little bit.
Wow.
Interesting. So you would say all those guys you mentioned, you would say are potential first-round receivers then? You would not be shocked to see any of those guys go first round?
Not at all. And you know how it is. Like, it'll get, because of their numbers, and there's so many of them, it can push those guys down. But we live in a world where, you know, A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf were second-round picks. So those guys were first-round players that went in the second round. I think you'll see those guys, all 7 of those guys, to me, are first-round talents. And I think you'd be stoked to get whoever you want. It's just, you know, you want a big power forward. Okay, you can go shop and go get Drake London, or you can get Traylon Burks. You know, you want somebody that can take the top off. You've got Jamison Williams and Chris Olave. You've got the route runners, which is, you know, Garrett Wilson, and then you've got Mechie. Like, it's just kind of whatever you want. You can find it.
All right, at Move the Sticks on Twitter is where you find DJ. Go download his podcast. The Move the Sticks podcast is really, really good. See him on the NFL Network. And he is always kind with his time with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Thank you, DJ. Have a great Christmas.
Hey, it's great to catch up with you guys. Let's do it again real soon.
You bet, man. Take care, buddy. That is Daniel Jeremiah with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And I don't say this because he comes on our show all the time, but to me, he is this next generation's Mel Kiper. The way he breaks down scouting stuff. To me, he explains it better than Kiper does to me.
I agree, and Daniel's a personal friend, so I'm not objective on this one.
Well, that's why I said me too.
And I do like Kiper. I don't dislike him,
me too.
But I think he's gotten labeled as being a little too overboard one way or the other. I feel like with DJ, he just kind of gives it to you from a scout's point of view. Yep. I'm not going to get emotionally involved. This kid can play. This kid can't play. I like this kid. He can play. I like this kid, but he can't play. I think that's kind of the way he approaches it.
Yeah, and sometimes you're wrong, and Daniel handles being wrong okay. But what he just said about those receivers, don't let that wash over you. He just broke down Mechie and said he's in the mix with those other guys, and he says it comes down to what you want. And to me, that was eye-opening. If you want a big guy, you got London and Burks there. If you want a route runner, you got Mechie and Wilson there. Somebody to take the top off, you got Jamison and Olave there. I mean, if you're a GM, you're sitting there going, that is the perfect wide receiver scenario. I can pick and choose on how I want to build my team. I may already have somebody that can take the top off, so now I can get me a big guy for the red zone.
League loves speed now, man. They were in love with speed. That's going to help Jamison Williams.
Boy, and these receivers can make an impact immediately. You just look at what Jamar Chase is doing right now for the Bengals.
Yeah, 100%. But there's a place in the league for, you know, your daily fantasy winner and maybe the best receiver in the league, Cooper Kupp, who just gets open. He just gets open no matter what they're doing.
Well, I mean, he is a true student of the game. You know, and if Mechie wants to get to a level like that, you got to put in the hours. Yep. And Cooper has gotten better each and every year. You know, he was a 3rd, 4th round selection out of Eastern Washington, and he's always had really good hands. He's always ran really good routes. But he's tightened everything up, and he's gotten so good with the yards after the catch.
He's got a better quarterback throwing to him now. That doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. But I mean, he was still really good with golf.
Yeah, he was.
He was doing good things with golf, but it is better now. But in the NFL, you guys know, I mean, you make that one little move that gets the DB off a half step, and if you got a quarterback that can deliver it right then, that's all the window you need in the NFL. And sometimes that's all the window you get. But you got to be able to make that move to get that guy a half step off. And Kupp's been able to do that. And I think Mechie can do that too. I really do. I've loved what
But in the NFL, you know,
there.
to really be effective, obviously it starts with quarterback, as Brown said. But you've got to have that second receiver that takes a lot of pressure off. And that was the compliment. You know, Robert Woods was the number one for a while. Cooper Kupp became that. Losing Robert Woods, that offense kind of fell into a hole for a minute. But now with Odell Beckham playing at the level he's playing. So watch that tonight. That's key. If Odell comes back out and continues to play like he's played the last 3 games, it opens things up for Cooper Kupp.
Bromberg's brings you part of our show today, including that NFL conversation. Time to get the holidays right.
Yes, your diamond specialist are our friends at Bromberg's. If you think of popping the question, you need to go see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation at Bromberg's, a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Anything you need this holiday season, get in, see them. The 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to Brombergs.com.
Good basketball tonight. Xavier and Villanova, part of the slate, 6 o'clock on FS1. But we want to see you down at the BJCC for Davidson and Alabama. A few tickets left. Ticketmaster.com. Ticketmaster.com. A few good seats left in the lower bowl. Ticketmaster.com. Check those tickets out. 6 o'clock. Davidson 8-2 and Alabama going tonight at the BJCC. We're back with Rockstar's viewing menu next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You know, if you're not buying your girl flowers, someone else is. At Blakely's Bouquets, they craft both traditional and contemporary bouquets. They really go above and beyond with their unique and custom designs and provide customers with an intimate experience and help you get something special to your lady today with same-day delivery. Don't let someone else get your girl. Call Blakely's Bouquets to get something special delivered to her today. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Call 205-579-4900 or in person at the full-service flower shop on Oxmoor Road.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Okay, Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second, but first, our friends at Greystone Chiropractic gets Dirty Santa, Bad Santa, straightened up for his golf swing.
They try, Jim, but my golf swing is pretty much a lost cause. Greystone, I sound like a wimp. I'm awful. Greystone Chiropractic is in Tattersall Park, right there off 119 and 280. Voted best of Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. That's my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic. Here's the thing you may not know. If your spine's not properly aligned, your nervous system isn't properly aligned, and that affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So start with the spine at Greystone Chiropractic. 981-8090, 981-8090, GreystoneChiropractor.com.
Best listeners and now viewers in the sport. We love you guys. We are thankful for you every day, especially this time of year. We talked about you guys at our dinner on Sunday night and just how awesome you are. Guys like Really Denny on Twitter sends us this story. Dear guys, so yesterday I went on my usual walk to the park and back. I always listen to your show while I'm on my walk. On my way home, I was hit by a car.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Knocked me for a loop, beat up and sore today. That's my Next Round Live story. I didn't get to hear the end of the show. Sad face emoji.
It was better than getting hit by a car. I'll say that.
Yeah, I will tell you, Really, Denny, we will send you, let us know when you got hit by the car. We'll send you the rest of that show so you can finish it.
I mean, we really should send him a shirt or something.
We need the likes and the subscribe. If we send him a shirt, though, which I think we should too, but if we do that, will we start getting...
I got hit by a car, too.
Yeah,
I need to pull over.
I was in a plane crash listening to you guys and survived.
That's what I would lie about a plane crash to get a T-shirt.
I need a hat.
For him to be active the day after getting hit by a car?
That's pretty incredible.
He must have just a quick
I will say this.
Did your roommate do a flip like he did? Was she sore? Did she?
No,
when we were in Atlanta.
Smoked. I mean, she was in the hospital.
When we were in Atlanta, we drove past where she was hit, and I made the point, I think twice. I made the point to Dunaway, this is where the roommate got hit.
Yeah.
If I've got it spotted right, and I think I do.
Yeah, right in front of
the World Congress Center,
World
right?
Congress Center, right across from not Phipps. What is it? State Farm Arena.
Yeah.
We put an X down on the road and we got our picture taken.
Yeah, like they do with Kennedy.
Yeah,
Where
so
Kennedy
we can
got
always
shot.
remember that spot.
That's right.
Part of our show brought to you by New Life Art. It brings us Rockstar's viewing menu every day. Rockstar's about to tell us what he's going to watch tonight.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787. You can also view his incredible art. Go to danielmooreart.com.
It premieres today, I believe, on Amazon Prime, Being the Ricardos, with Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball and Javier Bardem as Desi Arnaz, directed by
Ryan Reynolds,
Steven Soderbergh,
Quentin Tarantino,
Aaron Sorkin.
Okay.
Wow.
It's an interesting. I don't know a whole lot about them. I know they got married and they stayed married, right?
Not forever, but yes, for a long time.
The synopsis is in 1952, a Hollywood power couple, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, face a series of personal and professional crises that threaten their careers, their relationship, and their hit TV show.
But she was ballsy. I mean, she ran an organization and really controlled CBS with her show.
Oh, look, they were dominant, and both of those actors really, really good. I mean, Nicole Kidman's fantastic. Javier Bardem is great. Aaron Sorkin, his writing is incredible, and I thought his directorial debut in Molly's Game was really good. So did he write the script as well? If he wrote the script, I'm all in.
Yeah.
It doesn't say who wrote it.
Yeah, they stayed married
did.
20 years. Married in 40, divorced in 60. She and Desi.
Right.
I mean, for that high profile, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
run.
that's 20 years. I mean, for
He
Hollywood,
did
that's
write
a
it.
lot.
I'm being told by Lunsford
Okay.
he did write it.
I'm all in.
If I remember the story right, that they were trying for her show, they did not want him to be in the show because,
CBS did not?
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
not sure at that time whether or not a Cuban American married to an Irish woman on television would play. And she she would have nothing of it. And you made sure.
That's a iconic show.
Where do I find it?
Amazon Prime.
All right. I may watch that.
So let me tell you the movie
and her
I
business
watched.
dealings are even more fascinating, how she controlled it.
So the Apple Mahershala Ali film that I watched, Swan Song.
Yeah.
You guys tell me if you like this.
Okay.
Sci-fi. So the guy gets diagnosed with terminal cancer.
I'm in.
So he goes to this remote location. I don't know, Lunsford, have you heard anything about Swan Song? You see it? So he goes, and Glenn Close plays the doctor/scientist that is able to clone him so he can go back to his family where they don't have the heartbreak of losing him.
Oh, that's a fascinating concept for a movie. Is it good?
I thought it was good. The roommate was really pissed because it's very emotional, as you can imagine.
You know, most of my movies I start watching, two guys are going on a beach trip.
Yeah, keep going.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's something like that. Or, you know, Ernest goes back to college. It's nothing.
Did you watch the Ernest movies?
No, I didn't.
I
I really
love
did.
them, man.
Jim Varney?
But it did not. It never starts off as deep as your terminal cancer.
No.
I'm usually like,
how about this
Yeah,
one?
I'm gonna
Hey, so
keep it.
Land, I'll give you a little. In Rocky's seen it. So she loses her husband and son. So she basically bows out of society, moves to the Rocky Mountains, just a cabin in the wilderness, and she ain't prepared. But she drops cell phone in the garbage can and she takes off and goes off the grid.
what's the name of that movie?
Land. She directed it too.
You ought to watch that doubleheader tonight, man. Skip that Alabama game.
I mean, my goodness.
She was using the old outhouse, and the bear came and took all our food. She's like, "Well, damn it!"
Yeah, she
Oh,
was.
that's
She had,
crappy.
she had a bunch of canned food.
Well, she left the door open.
Well, that is not smart.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she couldn't chop
You
wood.
left
She
the
was
door open.
ill prepared
Right.
to move out.
I'm having to take a dump in the woods and somebody comes and steals all my food. That's a bad day.
And she lost her kids. Yeah.
Kid.
Yeah.
She lost her kid and her
Singular.
husband. Yeah. But it's that's very sad too.
Okay.
But it's very good.
I don't know. I don't know why I don't. I mean, I find myself watching emotional stuff sometimes.
I think it makes me appreciate life a little bit more, if that makes any sense. Like you see, you get to feel these emotions with some of these films. You get to see great acting, and it's a really creative, interesting story. But then when you're done, you get to appreciate what you've got. Like you see this complete train wreck that just, that transpired over 90 minutes to 2 hours, and then you can reset and be like, hey, I'm thankful for this. I'm glad I'm not in that situation. If that makes any sense at all.
I can see that, yeah.
It does. All right. Top of the hour here. When we come back, our guests are done. So we got 2 hours with you guys. We'll open up the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923. Also in the Farmfolio chat room. We'll do that. We've got a 3 and Out. We've got a fact or fiction still to come later on in the show. LT's got trash still to come, and we still got great opportunities for you to find those Christmas gifts out there, including this from our friends at Pradco Outdoors. If you're shopping for that outdoor enthusiast in your life this holiday season, save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brands Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. Can you give me a little jingle as we do this? Make it sound like, there we go, Brownie. It's awkward that you're shaking those two things.
It's Santa's feet.
You're like Gene Wilder on Haunted Honeymoon.
Hey, the bundle right now from our friends at Pradco includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands. Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. Offer ends December 31st. Free shipping on all the bundles. You're saving 40% right now with our friends from Pradco and Moultrie, Summit, and Code Blue. Don't have a blue Christmas. Make it a Code Blue Christmas.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
What's on your Christmas list? Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg. Bromberg's offers an unsurpassed lineup of the world's most coveted names in designer jewelry. Select from David Yurman, Forevermark, Roberto Coin, John Hardy, Mikimoto, Jude Francis, Mazza, Lagos, Marco Bichigo, just to name a few. No matter what your budget, find out why since 1836, a Bromberg silver box under the tree symbolizes only the very best. Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Buy tickets online now at TicketsmarterBirminghamBowl.com. Don't miss your chance to pack the brand new Protective Stadium when the Auburn Tigers take on the Houston Cougars in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, December 28th at Protective Stadium.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New hour of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar in Lunsford today, who is day after a late poker night. Taking is that a Monster Energy back there? What are you drinking?
Wait, what is a late poker night for you guys?
Well, for me, it's 9:15 because I'm always the first one eliminated. Again, last night, first one eliminated.
2 a.m. That's not terrible.
So you just basically make a donation. Is what you do.
Yes. And
you're buy-in.
He's a sponsor.
Yeah.
Well,
it goes like this. There's multiple tables, so you draw for tables, and people are excited when they're at my table because
free money.
Because they know you start out with $20,000 worth of chips.
Right.
And, by the time you make it to one big table, if you've got the most chips, usually you win, right? It's a good starting point. So if you're at my table, at some point, somebody's going to have $20,000 worth of Jim's money. It's like I'm Terry Bradshaw on Fox.
Do you never make it out of the kiddie table?
I've won 3 times, but it's been a long, long time. I am on a streak, I think, of 6 in a row of being the first person eliminated.
You have to deal when you're eliminated, or
no?
you just
I go
leave?
home.
Yeah.
So who typically is is there an alpha there that kind of dominates?
Lunsford's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. And Lunsford doesn't like being at my table because I am his nemesis.
Is Walls any good?
Walls is really good.
Okay.
The crazy thing about
Walls
you
will cut your throat.
The crazy thing about you playing poker is you have got the least poker face of anybody I've ever known. Like, you can 100% read your emotions, your attitude. When things are good, when things are bad, all I got to do is look at you.
And my betting too. It's like, no, I fold. No, I fold. $3,000.
Yeah.
Oh, Jim must have 2 aces.
I know. That's why I can't even believe
I'm
you
going to
tried.
assume the World Series of Poker is not in your future.
Oh no. The only poker I've ever played, Texas Hold'em, is at Lunsford's house. It's the only time I've ever played.
People are confused in the Farm Folio chat room. I don't think this needs explanation, but you're not spending $20,000. It's just $20,000 worth of chips.
No, we're not playing for real money. This is just.
Maggie gets pissed about the steak payout.
I know.
$20,000.
It is just pride. We're just playing for pride.
And
It's not for money.
also, my beard is not falling. The beard is part of the sweater.
Yes.
People thought that I was started the day wearing the beard. It's falling down, but it's just sweater.
Yeah. But pull it up like it is a beard.
It's chest hair.
Oh, look at that. You'd be a good Santa. Or a bank robber. You'd be a good bank robber.
It's if Merlin had a merkin, right?
Can't do it with my headphones.
A part of our show, the headlines, anyway, this hour, being brought to you by Rockstars, guys. Sing us a song, Rockstar.
Adam Mestre. Adam the Realty. Adam is, I don't want to do the whole song because it'll be here for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Adam is a 3rd-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I will say I don't know what's hotter, this sweater or this hat.
It looks like the hat is. Actually.
And the hat, and everybody's making fun of me.
I don't know
I
how
look
you're
drunk.
seeing.
Well, I barely am. It's a big hat, and it keeps falling down. People are saying I look drunk in the Farm Folio chat room. I'll pull it back up, but it'll be back down by the end of the segment.
Yeah.
It keeps creeping down.
If you were really drunk, you'd wear grandma's sweater.
With a bunch of buttons on it.
With a bunch of buttons on it. And yes, LT did specifically get that sweater made with his dog on
That's
it.
right. That's
I didn't
Ladybird.
get it made.
Yeah, it's handmade.
We found out today it was actually in J. Crew, and she
And we also found out the cost of it.
Yeah, how about I nailed the cost? People went and looked it up on J. Crew. I got it to the dollar. I said $128. They looked it up, and it was $128 on the nose.
Honestly, I didn't know. She said that she purchased it. Now, I guarantee it will be on my credit card.
You purchased it, right?
Yeah. It'll be on your credit card, and eventually it'll be on her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure will.
Yep. Yeah, it's always good to get.
And then she'll lose it, or it'll have a hole in it.
Yeah. Lady Bird will end up chewing it up at some point. It'll be a chew toy. All right, in the headlines. React to this for me. Luke Fickell, Eddie Robinson, Coach of the Year, voted on by the Football Writers Association, and that was who I voted for number one. I went back and I told you guys I voted Luke Fickell 1, Jim Harbaugh 2, and then in retrospect, after I'd already hit send, I sat there and said, technically, though, I expected Luke Fickell to have one of the top 5 teams in the country. I didn't expect Jim Harbaugh to have one of the top 5 teams. I probably should have voted Harbaugh.
Lance, if you could vote anybody Coach of the Year, I mean, just erase what they expect you to do, which is the biggest surprise, because that's who wins Coach of the Year, is the guy that surprises the most. Erase all of that. Who would you vote for? Who do you think did the best coaching job in America this year?
Well, Nick Saban did an incredible job.
He did. I would agree.
I mean, I think this is one of his worst, least talented teams.
And they're the 1 seed.
Yeah, and they're the 1 seed now. They're favored to win a national championship.
Didn't you and Aaron on Bama and Bourbon, great podcast, check it out. Didn't Aaron at one point and you two discuss that this is Nick Saban's best coaching job?
Yeah, we did. And I believe it might be. We'll see when it's all said and done. There's still a game or two to see how this thing plays out. I think you got it right. Pat Narduzzi's got to be in the mix, too.
I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, for Pittsburgh to come out of nowhere, if you would have said Pittsburgh is going to win maybe 11 games, have a Heisman finalist, and win the ACC, that would have blown everyone away.
Right.
That was unexpected. the reason I would probably go Luke Fickell at this point, I was expecting for them to have a big season, but expectations, there's a lot of pressure that come with expectations. And for them to not only run the table, but to finally get to a college football playoff and to go undefeated in back-to-back years, that's pretty incredible.
I think I would go Fickell too. I mean, this is a guy that has taken Cincinnati to the playoffs, and I know some of that is, you got to go undefeated, but some of that is other things have to happen. It was a lot out of his control for them to get in the playoffs, but they did it. So I got no problem with you going Luke Fickell.
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with it either.
You said you second guessed.
No, and I think Harbaugh would be number two.
Harbaugh's fine too.
Has done a really good job. He reinvented that program, sort of.
Yeah, look, there was not a lot of expectation. I think most people thought, 7 or 8 wins for Michigan in a crowded Big Ten this year, and for them to really, they should be undefeated. I go back to Michigan State. I still don't know how they lost that game.
Well, they got a crap call, and then they couldn't stop Kenneth Walker. Yeah, those are the two things. They couldn't stop the run, and they got screwed on a replay.
Yeah, but to be up 16 and to end up losing that game the way they lost it was pretty tough. So anyway, it didn't matter because they're ultimately in a college football playoff. But I think those are the two. And then if I went a third, Pat Narduzzi, again, Nick Saban, victim of his own success because they're there every single year. You're never going to give him credit.
Houston got some interesting news. Marcus Jones, who is the Horning Award winner for the most versatile player in college football, has opted out of the Birmingham Bowl. He's not going to play against Auburn. That game coming up a week from today, I believe, right? A week from today down at the new Protective Stadium.
Kicking off exactly in a week from today, 11 o'clock.
A week from today. And Marcus Jones not going to play for Houston, so that's a big advantage for Auburn. Bruce Pearl says Alan Flanagan could play tomorrow night when 10-1 Auburn plays 10-1 Murray State down at Auburn Arena. That is a 5 o'clock SEC Network tip, or you can go to the arena to watch that down at Auburn tomorrow, 5 o'clock. But Flanagan could be making his debut this year coming off the injury. What?
I just got you on the monitor, that sweater. It's weird how it looks more like a grandma's sweater if I watch it on the monitor than it does.
It's a female sweater because it zips on the left side.
Right, we've established that. But I'm just saying, for some reason, when I just looked down and saw you on the monitor wearing it, it just looks...
Does it have... so my kids used to get pockets leading up to, do you know what that is, leading up to Christmas?
Yeah.
Every day there would be a little toy or something.
It's an advent calendar.
Yeah, there we go. So it's almost that is an advent sweater.
Yeah, you're wearing an advent calendar.
If I pop this open, we'll have a little chocolate square in here. Yeah. Oh, chocolate today. Oh, there's Hershey Kiss in this one. Ooh, this is a Bible verse. Yeah.
Keep going. They included almost every element of Christmas on that thing.
They really did.
I don't see it, Baby Jesus, though.
Except style. It's like Christmas through. Christmas through
style out.
Again, I could not find a sweater yesterday shopping for 4 hours at least before I said, the hell with this, and I went to walk-ons.
Oh, I was getting texts, too. I was the guy you vented towards.
Yeah.
I think it was my fault.
You and Maggie. And, of course, Brown went and bought that yesterday, and his wife knew where to buy them. And I think I texted you at some point. You said, hey, did you get approved for the Cotton Bowl? I said, no, I've been passive-aggressively. I said, no, I've been shopping for sweaters all day long. And you didn't write back.
I didn't?
No. It would have been nice to say, oh, you're shopping for sweaters? Jennifer knows exactly where you need to go, Jim. Would have been the text that saved my day.
God, where are you on here?
Yeah.
Look for Jim.
Jim Dunaway. Oh, I still hadn't even checked the second one you sent. 6:15. I've been looking for a tacky sweater for me and Rockstar since 3 p.m. Haven't checked or been home. I didn't respond to that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you should go to this place, Jen recommended.
I'm going to say it right now. Jennifer knows where to get them.
I got a text between the two of you and Maggie. I won't send that one.
Don't read that one.
That was me to Maggie, still looking, just knocked out the whole Galleria and Ross. And I'll figure it out. Shelves are bare.
They were. And the shipping in America right now.
Yeah, it's tough.
And then 8:08, we're good on sweaters.
Good on sweaters.
And I relaxed then. I was like, I throw my feet up and have a glass of wine now.
The long national nightmare is over.
About that same time when I got eliminated from poker.
Yeah.
Part of our show today being brought to you by this hour always Champy's world famous chicken. You know right now the Delta. It's where you get the recipe for the tamales. And we had people in the chat room talking earlier when I mentioned in the first hour that their wife is from Mexico and she refuses to serve tamales anytime except during the holidays. It's a holiday meal, she says, for special holidays. And at Champy's, you can get them every day. But if you are ordering them for the holidays. It is a Christmas tradition down in the Delta and in Mexico and other parts of the world. The tamales a Christmas tradition. And if you're ordering that, get them from Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. All the great chicken on a stick and chicken plates and southern sides that you get there as well. But the tamales are to die for and perfect for your holidays. champyschicken.com, Highway 119. They're closed Christmas Eve. So they're closed Friday. So if you're getting those tamales for the holidays, go ahead and jump in and get those taken care of right now. We'll get back into the conversation of the Alabama side of the national championship and what we have seen all year long. Can I ask you this question? And I saw them debating this on First Take earlier. Is Jake Paul good or bad for boxing is what Stephen A. and them were debating earlier this morning. And it made me think, we're to a point with some sports that the sport itself, the original sport itself, isn't good enough for us anymore, or it isn't entertaining enough that we almost enjoy more things like that, like boxing. Just the two heavyweights boxing on a Saturday night doesn't draw in the same number of people that Jake Paul fighting some random dude and knocking him out, or even to a different level, just random people getting in the ring and boxing on bar stools, big fight night that they do occasionally. Rough and Rowdy draws huge, huge numbers. Rough and Rowdy does with Barstool. Meanwhile, two really talented boxers could box on Saturday night at the MGM in Vegas, and it doesn't draw the same numbers it used to. Why is that?
I don't know, because there's not a name brand, and Jake Paul has become a name brand. And I didn't know who the guy was a year ago. And my kids, explained he's this YouTube guy, and so I started to watch him box. He was fighting a bunch of nobodies. He still is yet to fight a professional boxer. But again, watching him, I think it's good for the sport because he's a major draw. It's got people talking about the sport. The people that say it's not good for the sport, they're the ones that are afraid that he's going to be able to make some kind of deep run and beat legitimate boxers, and then it will diminish what boxers have been able to do. But if that happens, that's not on Jake Paul, right? I mean, Jake Paul, I don't like the guy at all. I will continue to say this, but he is working his ass off to become a professional boxer. And every time he goes out there, it's the same result.
Can I just suggest to you, though, that perhaps boxing miscalculated the importance of growth of their sport by putting all their big events on pay-per-view? Because you don't really get your casual fan if I have to pay to watch it. Like, I'm a casual, I wouldn't even call myself a casual NBA fan. If I stumble across an NBA game and it looks like it's going to be a good finish, I might stop and watch, right? But if you told me that same game was going to cost me $9.95, I'm not going to pay that. It's $9.95, not a ton of money, but I know I'm not going to watch the whole game.
Yeah, like I really enjoy the UFC.
Right.
When I watch it, it's entertaining, but I don't go pay for it.
That's right.
And then every Saturday night, I'm like, oh, so-and-so is fighting, and it's on ESPN, and it's like, no, the undercard's on ESPN. Eventually, you've got to pay to see the main card.
But see, the NFL is the best model going. There's no sport that has been more successful than the NFL. And what the NFL says is all of our big games are going to be over-the-air TV. It's going to be as free as possible. If you can afford a TV and an antenna, you can watch every big game we've got, right? It's either going to be the late afternoon game on Fox or CBS or the nighttime game on NBC, and they won't even give ESPN a Super Bowl because it's on cable. They're like, we want our Super Bowl on over-the-air TV.
That's right.
So if the best model going says that, I mean, can boxing and even, I mean, is there a lid on the UCF because of or the UFC, excuse me, because of pay-per-view?
The first time I met Joe Tessitore, I remember I was doing a show at the
Beau Rivage, right?
No, it was a Silver Moon, Pearl River in Philadelphia, and they had Thursday or Friday night boxing going on, and that's when he came on and did the round table. This is years ago when I was doing the show with Tony Curry. And they would have 4 or 5 fights every Thursday or Friday night. I forgot.
Right.
And I think that generation is dead. People that grew up watching boxing that love the free boxing.
And I don't know that you got a new generation because you had to pay for it. Like, why are you a Rams fan?
I just randomly picked teams when I was a kid.
When you were a kid.
Yeah.
Why are you a Bucs fan?
When I was a kid.
Rockstar, you're a Lions fan because you love the pain.
Well, hey-oh.
Now, why are you a Lions fan? Did it go?
Because I
back to
love
your
Barry
time?
Sanders and Herman Moore growing
All
up.
right, and I'm a Dolphins fan because NBC 13 showed the Dolphins every Sunday when I was a kid, and I like Dan Marino. But we all made those decisions as a kid. You know what you can't afford to do as a kid?
Pay $79.95.
I'll never forget WrestleMania 3. Was that the one at the Metrodome or the Silverdome? One of the two. Silverdome, I think.
I thought Silverdome was one.
Well, whatever. But
Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah,
was the
WrestleMania 3 was the biggest one at the time. And we all pooled our money, and Rusty Bouchard bought it at his house. And, I mean, I'm talking, we had like 20, 25, teenagers, kids. We weren't even teenagers at the time, I guess. But, I mean, you can't afford to do that. How's your sport going to grow? Like, the reason we're fans of our most passionate teams, that's our most passionate, all of us, our NFL team, that's our most passionate. The reason is because when I was a kid, I could watch them.
Yeah, but now you can't.
No, I can't.
No, if you want to watch the Dolphins
no,
every
you're
week, you got to
absolutely
pay.
right. But I would be a Titans fan now because that's who CBS 42 gives us all the time.
Yeah, but again, you only get, even being regionalized, I mean, how many Titans games are
a ton
free?
this year because I've got a good friend.
Maybe 8. Wouldn't you say about half?
I don't know. I've got a good friend that anytime the Titans are not on 42, he comes to my house and watches them on Sunday Ticket. He's been to my house one time this year.
Yeah.
So
they've been on a lot.
They've been on a lot.
In the Farmfolio chat room, Bama Mafia says Jake Paul isn't good for Earth, much less boxing.
Wow. It's a strong statement.
Jay says Paul needs to fight a boxer to be legit, in my opinion. And Meatbag says
that's next.
That the decent boxers aren't lining up to fight him because they're afraid he's going to get beat. They're going to get beat.
I mean, look, I don't know what you got to gain unless, I mean, you're getting part of that purse. I mean, obviously, what they'll be able to bring in now. If he brought a legitimate name in, I saw somebody in the Farmfolio chat room talk about Mike Tyson. Now, to me, that's not who Jake Paul wants to fight. I think he would kill Mike Tyson right now.
Like Mike Tyson right now, they want him to fight.
Yeah.
How old is Mike Tyson?
He's old. I mean, Mike Tyson's 56, 57.
Jake Paul would wipe the ring with Mike Tyson.
Would he? If Tyson had a little time to get in shape?
I think so.
I don't think
What about
he could
Evander
get in-
Holyfield?
Oh,
who stays in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know how slow those guys have gotten?
Yeah, I mean, look, back in the day, it would have been quickly over for Jake Paul.
Now, Holyfield or Tyson
Quickly
could still kill us, but we're not Jake Paul.
Yeah, look, and they've still got the knockout power, I'm sure, but I mean, the quickness it's eroded. I mean, they're close to 60 years old.
Yeah.
Bama Mafia says, LT, you're out of your damn mind.
About what?
I assume the Tyson thoughts.
I disagree. Jake Paul is, I'm going to say 27, 28. He's in incredible shape, trains every day, and it's just, when you're talking about a difference of 30 to 35 years,
Yeah,
now if we're talking about a street fight, different story.
Yeah.
But going out there in a boxing ring,
the most popular sport in the world is soccer. World Cup soccer draws even us in. Did you see what they started considering yesterday? The World Cup is played every 4 years.
Right.
They sent a memo to the 200 and whatever number of countries that participate in FIFA, and they said, we are considering, how do you guys feel about making that, what is it when it's every 2 years? Biannual, bilineal?
No, biannual is twice a year.
Okay, it's
every other year.
Every other year. Every 2 years instead of 4 years. And the one line that catches your attention is, this will make us $3.3 billion more dollars.
Yeah. where do we sign up?
We make $3.3 billion every 4 years. We can make $3.3 billion every 2 years.
I do think there is something about every 4 years that makes it special. I'm talking about the World Cup.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. But every other year would make it less special, you think?
I think so. I mean, for me, because I'm not a soccer fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't really care one way or the other. I'm going to watch very little of it if they do it every year or every other year.
What's amazing is I watch much more World Cup now than I do Olympics.
Oh, the Olympics are a non-starter for me. I don't even pay attention to the Olympics.
I agree 100% with that.
People are bringing up that I'm crazy about this Mike Tyson. I want to remind you that Logan Paul, who's not even close to the fighter that Jake Paul is, went the distance with Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, great
point. Who was still in his prime.
Or a lot closer.
His prime, yeah.
Well,
closer
closer
to his prime. Only a couple of years removed from retirement.
Yeah, I should have said it that
I know
way.
it's a different power. We're talking about different weight division and all that kind of stuff, but still, I just want to point that out.
David Mooney says Tyson would destroy Jake
Tyson
Paul.
Fury would, yeah. Absolutely. But Tyson Fury is one of the top 2 fighters in the world right now.
I probably should have put Fury in the Tyson part. Brooke says Wilder would slaughter Paul, too.
I don't disagree with that. Wilder would slaughter Paul. There's no doubt. Those two guys.
Those two guys are massive, too.
Yeah, those guys, they've got the chins that, you know, absolutely those guys. All I'm talking about is Jake Paul right now with some of these lower class boxers. He can win those matches.
But to their point, what would those guys do to Mike Tyson or Evander Holyfield?
Kill him.
Tyson Fury or Deontay Wilder would kill one of those two guys.
Yeah. All right. I just thought that was an interesting debate this morning on First Take with Stephen A. And you guys obviously have an opinion about Jake Paul, too. Back to college football after we do trash, which is coming up next. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services can clean up any mess happening in your life right now.
Just great local guys. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. What you need to do, write this number down. Have it on speed dial. It's 205-229-2090. That's who I call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Trash coming up. We're heading to the BJCC tonight, man. Early game, 6 o'clock. We're going to grab dinner before you got to get going. Maybe dinner and drinks afterwards, but tickets available. Ticketmaster.com. Still some good seats available if you want to go watch the Tide play tonight. The BJCC, Ticketmaster.com for that game. Nick Saban saying yesterday Chris Allen still rehabbing. Up in the air is how he phrased it, though.
Made it sound like he could play?
Yeah, up in the air. It's still up in the air. Didn't say he's not going to play. He's still up in the air.
Yeah. And he pointed out, Jai Hall has been
making some plays.
Well, but he's been rumored to be disgruntled. I mean, I don't think there were any rumors about him being disgruntled. It was on his social media, but Saban point blank called him out yesterday as a guy that's been making some plays in practice as a potential replacement for John Mechie.
So we'll see how that all works out. Part of our show today being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor in my life. I visited with Greg a couple of times recently talking about where his business is headed, and I'm telling you, after 20 years of being locally owned, the future is bright for Greg and the folks with Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. You can find him on Facebook, and you also can call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Get a free, no-cost inspection right there on your roof. Greg will get up there on that roof, let you know if you need any work done, what work needs to be done. And I'm telling you, the insurance companies trust Greg because of his 20 years of experience and being a trustworthy guy. They know if he says you need this, they're going to believe him and trust him, and your insurance company is going to work with Greg. That's the kind of peace of mind you need. Also, unbelievable warranty. They give you that best warranty in the business. Call him up, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook for that free no-cost inspection. Also happening in the world of sports, we have, I don't know, I can't do this. I can't go to a movie theater. If I wasn't going to be at the game, I can't go to a movie theater to watch it. Cinemark made this announcement that they're going to open up their movie theaters to broadcast the college football playoff games and the national championship game. Could you go to a theater and watch it?
The closest one to most of our listeners would be Huntsville.
Huntsville, right.
They're doing it in Huntsville.
On Bridge Street.
A $10, which is a nice area, by the way. We did an event up there one time. $10 concession pass, which is not a bad value. I mean, I don't know if I would do it. I'm big screen, good sound.
Yeah, I would need to know the quality of the picture before I get in there.
Yeah, and again, if you're going up there to watch college football playoff, I would assume that most of these people that are Alabama fans, and it just depends on what kind of atmosphere you want to be involved in. Again, I'm one of those that likes to watch a big game like that by myself, and if you're going and you're in a row with a bunch of strangers, I guess it'd be like going to the game, though. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting. Cinemark's doing that. Huntsville's the only one in the state, I believe.
I think so.
Up on Bridge Street. If you guys in the Huntsville area, and I know we got a lot of viewers and listeners up there, if that's something you want to do, college football playoffs on New Year's Eve and the national championship game right there at Cinemark. Trash Time, Rockstar, brought to you by Mortgage Right. Is that big button close? Is it close to you?
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Michael, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
From that laugh right there, did Brown edit that one?
No.
I did it this morning.
No, I thought it was funny. We tried to reach out to the man that was killed in the pursuit. He was unavailable.
She was a little panicked.
For
She was trying to rap and didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
Rap.
Hey, the holidays are here, and so is the chance to put a little extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refi with our friends at Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvements, or the one-way ticket to the North Pole, refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience, so visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. We've got a 5-year-old little boy from Kingston, Ontario. Just wanted to get a new toy for his sister. The problem is, took the family car to do it.
Car? Not card.
Police say they received a call about a suspicious vehicle around 7:20 a.m. on Monday from a neighbor. The vehicle had come to rest in a hayfield. When police arrived,
to rest right here.
They found the very young driver who said he just wanted to go to the store and buy a pink toy tractor for his little sister. What a sweet kid.
Oh, man, nice kid.
What if he had made it there and realized he didn't have any money? Left his 5-year-old wallet at home.
What would you give me for that car? I said to the parking lot.
Now, the child was not hurt, and the car only sustained a little damage. Police confirmed the parents are not facing any charges. Message from police is to be aware of your kid's whereabouts.
That's a good message.
7:20 a.m. is a good start to go shopping, too.
You think the parents were still in bed?
Most definitely.
I love it that it came to rest at a hayfield. All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
That's all I can.
So I don't know if you
Gonna walk
guys
from here.
loved syllabus day back in college.
I did. It was a free day.
First thing I looked at was how many absence.
How many
I have.
cuts?
Yeah.
Yep. And do you remember the first class you ever had that did not have an attendance policy?
Oh, very first one in college.
I will never forget Dr. Suzanne Marshall, my second semester at Jacksonville State, world history. And I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we won't see each other again.
I'll be here for the midterm and the final. Thank you.
Now, with every new college semester, students are faced with multiple syllabuses outlining the subjects in their classes, but do students really read them thoroughly? One Tennessee professor put it to the test. Kenyon Wilson, the associate head of performing arts at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, decided to put an Easter egg in the syllabus for his music seminar class this past semester. Now, the hint read, thus, free to the first two claims, locker 147, the combination 15, 25, 35, students may be ineligible to make up classes, and so on. Now, this would have led students to a locker that contained a $50 bill, free to the first student who claimed it. At the end of the semester, he went to check the locker. Guess what?
$50 bill still there.
Bill was still there.
Yep.
When Wilson put the reward in the locker, he left a note inside that read, congrats, please leave your name and date so I know who found it. He was also sure to set the accommodation lock with a certain number in the noon position to determine whether any students had tampered with the lock, but the accommodation was never even turned.
Somebody missed $50 because they didn't read the syllabus.
That light, man.
I know.
Here are some odd comic book characters. Some of these are really weird. Do
These
you know what
actually
comic
exist?
book they came from?
No.
Are these like one-offs?
No, these
some
are.
of them are like, we're just like, hey, we're not going to write this guy anymore.
Okay, arm fall off boy. He's got the ability to detach his own limbs, which he can then use for weapons.
That's a weird weapon.
Well, you can only do one at a time, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I
You
wanna
can't
use it
do
as a
both
weapon.
because then you can't throw them.
You know, I'm right-handed.
I'm
and
going to punt my arm.
I keep taking my right arm off.
How about Matter Eater Lad? He hails from the planet Bismal, where microbes have rendered all food on the planet inedible. In order to survive, the population evolved to be able to ingest any type of matter. The character is often seen munching on wrenches and normally inedible objects. His powers have proved themselves quite useful since he can bite and consume indestructible forms of matter. Really dumb.
Could you imagine if everything were inedible, though? That's an awful place to live. I'd love to
I think
eat.
a wrench would taste good. How about a dog welder? Dog welder is a thin, silent man in a welder's mask who welds dead canines to evildoers.
I don't think that works. They're not metal.
These are odd comic book characters.
Oh, that is true.
Hindsight Lad has no real superhuman abilities, but he has a skill is best employed when assessing events that have already occurred, analyzing in hindsight how events could have played out if different actions were taken.
Yeah.
Is that you?
I would have
I'm a
done that, guys.
superhero.
Yeah. It's Jim's superpower.
Who is this one?
Is that hindsight guy? In
No,
hindsight, I would not have worn
That's
that.
our final one.
This is our final. This is Leather Boy.
Leather boy.
Jean Lorraine, one of the few individuals to respond to Mr. Immortal's classified ad searching for other costumed heroes, Searching for an S&M fetish group and misreading the ad, Gene joined the Great Lakes Avengers as Leatherboy. However, when the team discovered that Leatherboy didn't have any powers, they asked him to leave. How do they know that man doesn't have powers?
That's right.
The old gag ball.
It reminds me of one of the, I think it's a Snickers commercials. It's one of the best commercials on TV, even though I can't remember the actual advertiser, but I do believe it's Snickers. When the guy shows up to the fantasy draft dressed as the Minotaur, or what are those called?
Yeah, wrong fantasy.
Centaur?
I got my fantasy nights confused.
I think I got my nights confused. The guy answers the door and goes, "Hey, Gene." Yeah, I got my nights confused.
We've got a Norwegian university. It's called Outrage after it's told its sexology students they had to dress up in fetish gear, stockings, or suspenders for a study trip.
At my house.
University of Ager in southern Norway demanded its students gear up in kinky costumes for a sexology trip. Now, sexology is the study of people's sexual behaviors and feelings. Sexologists can help people come to terms with concerns they have about sexual experiences.
Huh.
Now, the university claimed the course is one of its most popular. Shocker there, right?
Yeah.
In hindsight.
Tanya Jensen, 30 years old, is a sexology student. She was shocked at the dress requirements for the group trip.
She's 30?
Chose to skip it instead of donning rubber clothes or other erotic clothing, such as lacy shorts or suspenders.
Are you wearing suspenders? That's very erotic.
Now, Jensen went on to tell NRK, quote, "A requirement was made that we should meet in a certain type of fetish clothes or erotic clothes."
Could you imagine watching James Span's Weather with these people?
She said it was
gosh.
sexually borderline to have to walk lightly dressed in front of students and teachers. However, the Dean of Faculty Health and Sports Sciences at the University of Ager, he defended the racy dress code. Anders Anderson's his name. He went on to say there had been no formal complaint, and the dress code have offered an opportunity for students to challenge their beliefs.
Mr. Anderson, what are you going to name your son? Anders.
Well, his middle name's Wickstrom.
Yeah. Johan. Anders Johan Wickstrom Anderson.
They got to go by Wick.
Quite the mouthful.
AJWA.
I know an Andy Anderson here in town.
There's an Andy Anderson that's an author. He wrote a really good book I liked one time.
Yeah. This Andy Anderson's a great Mississippi State fan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Good tailgate guy.
Okay, I've got the top 10 food combinations according to Ranker.com.
Okay.
Number 10, mashed potatoes and gravy.
Amen.
I like mashed potatoes by themselves.
I never do the gravy.
I can go either way, but with gravy, they're great. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really like gravy unless I ask for the gravy. I just like, sometimes
You don't like gravy forced on you.
Yeah, I don't like gravy
I don't
on my
know.
food unless I,
Ask for it.
Number 9, chips and nacho cheese.
Yep, absolutely.
I just go chips and queso now. The nacho cheese reminds me of we cut it out of the can and it's the
But
orange.
I can live with it, though. I like it. Yeah.
I'd like
Put some jalapenos on
chips and salsa. I don't like the chips and queso.
Number 8, crackers and cheese. Very simple.
Yeah. Not
Big
my favorite,
fan.
but I can go with that.
Yeah, I don't like I like a good saltine, but if I'm doing crackers and cheese on a charcuterie board with some figs and other stuff, I want a specialty cracker.
Yeah,
at that point.
absolutely.
Yes.
A Triscuit at that point, right, Jim?
No, you don't go brand name. You go like something that's homemade,
I know.
artisan.
Yeah.
Artisan.
Number 7, chocolate and peanut butter.
Not my favorite.
Love it.
Not my
I'm a
favorite.
big fan. Number 6, cookies and milk.
It's something you don't do a whole lot, but as a kid, it was good.
In your outfit, you be doing it
you'll
all
do
day.
it.
Oh, I know. I get it when I come down the chimney.
Yeah, you'll do it this weekend.
I'm not going to be able to see it if this hat keeps falling down.
You know what I did for the first time on Saturday morning?
What?
A little hungover, but my daughter turned 21. We went to brunch, and she ordered an iced coffee with a little alcohol in it because she was 21.
An Irish coffee.
Yes, but it was on ice, right?
Right.
But the bartender's trying to always do you a favor, making it a little strong, and it was too much for her, so she gave it to me. I'd never had an iced coffee before. Delicious.
I've never had either. My daughter orders it a lot.
Yeah, delicious.
She actually orders it all the time.
Yeah,
Does not ever get a hot coffee. Yeah.
Never had. I
Iced
always
coffee?
drink my coffee hot in the mornings. Never
Yeah.
had an iced coffee. Had one this weekend.
Interesting.
Not bad. I may do it again this summer.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah,
Not immediately.
Yeah.
Gonna let that one settle first.
Top 10 food combinations according to Ranker.com. Number 5, butter and popcorn.
Oh, absolutely. Who doesn't want
some yesterday?
butter on their popcorn?
Number
While I
4,
was walking around the mall.
cereal and milk.
I love cereal.
Cereal and milk. I mean, that's the only way to eat cereal, though.
no, some cereal's good dry.
Well, I can, but you generally go milk.
Top 3 are pretty classic. Number 3 is macaroni and cheese.
Absolutely. Dunaway hates it, though.
Number 2, chips and salsa.
Yeah, there you go, Jimmy. You're back.
Number 1.
And number 1, it's just so old school. I mean, it's good, but I think there's better. Bread and butter.
It's good, though.
No, better to me. Would you rather have bread and butter or bread with that olive oil and the spices in it?
Just depends.
It depends on what kind of butter.
Yeah, and bread. Like the pumpernickel. Like they bring
Parquet.
the pumpernickel, they bring it out back with that butter. That is that honey butter. That is so
It's
good
unbelievable.
when it's warm. But then I went to a place the other night, and they had what you're talking about, and it's good with that bread. It was like a baguette.
Yes, I could eat just loaves of bread with olive oil and that spice. Just keep eating.
Well, I tell you what, when I was a kid, we used to go to Quincy's. You'd get those yeast rolls off the bar.
The big fat yeast roll, man.
Freaking things were amazing.
I could have
eat it.
mascots.
They dropped it in a butter barrel.
I could eat my weight in those things.
I told you guys I went to Walk-Ons last night,
Yeah.
and I got the lemon butter chicken. So it's 2 chicken breasts.
Yeah,
you
my
get
wife
it on
gets
the
that.
corn grits. They told me to get it on the mashed potatoes, and it comes with the broccoli.
Those grits are good, though.
But it's got one side piece of really buttered up toast.
Yep, it does.
And that was, all of it was good, but that was one of the highlights.
I was at Walk-Ons last night. Had the Avery Island salad.
That's
I am
good, too.
shocked you were there last
Look at the
night.
Quincy's yeast roll there.
Yeah.
It looks like a Twinkie that
It
just
does, you're
outcast.
Hey, it looks like a mini corn dog.
Hey, those yeast rolls were legit.
I like mini corn dogs too.
I do, too. I am starving.
So would you eat that Twinkie?
Yep, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Brown would eat that basket
I
at about
was.
11:42 every day.
I am starving.
That is trash. Brought to you by.
Hey, it's a holiday season. We want you to do gift giving right. Buying that perfect gift for your loved one can be expensive. We don't want you to be driving the sleigh with a couple of reindeer down. So get a cash out refinance from Mortgage Right. Crank up the Christmas spirit. Mortgage Right can help you turn your home equity into cash in your pocket. Their team of experts eager to offer tips, tools, and guidance to get your finances back on track. Kick Christmas into gear. Get started at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
As always, part of this hour being brought to you by the folks at Champy's World Famous Chicken. You can hear the bells in the background reminding you that Champy's Chicken is your place for the holiday tamale. That's right. Tamale, a holiday treat around the globe in places. And you can get the best tamales in town right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Remember, closed this Friday for Christmas Eve. So if you want those holiday tamales, go by and get them today or tomorrow or Thursday. It is Champy's World Famous Chicken. As I remember, there are 3 days before Friday right now. Today, Wednesday, and Thursday. Champy's World Famous Chicken. Say hi to Sterling when you get there and tell him you heard about him on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood, with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at the brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets start at just $30. Buy now at birminghambowl.com. Auburn versus Houston, December 28th at Protective Stadium. Tickets on sale now.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Tulsa winner yesterday over Old Dominion 30-17. 2 more bowl games today, 2:30, Kent State and Wyoming. That's in the Boise, Idaho Potato Bowl. I don't know if that's officially the name of it, but something like that. I'm in Boise.
It's probably close.
In Frisco, Texas, a good one, 6:30 tonight. UTSA and San Diego State, a couple of Group of 5 powerhouses there. That's your college football rundown today, brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour right now, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu, a college of distinction 10 years running. Named a 2021 top 20 best value school according to U.S. News and World Report. Also one of the top 15 public universities in the South, and a beautiful campus according to Southern Living. Find out all that and more by going to montevallo.edu. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, including that national championship bass fishing team right there. Well-funded, great university, growing as we speak. Great place for your son or daughter. It's montevallo.edu. Rockstar, let's do a little 3 and out right now, all right? Let's let LT, who has it today, give us 4 questions to ponder about in the sports world. Things that will make us think, sort of like Brown's outfit today. Made me think when he put that on today. I was like, why didn't I think of getting a costume instead of a sweater?
I'll tell you what, it's glamorous. You should have. This hat is hot. It won't stay out of my eyes. This sweater, my elbows hurt when I lean on the table.
So is mine.
It's hot.
Did you ever figure out where you
thing.
got that?
Let me text my wife.
Yeah, but I did walk past a Grinch, and I was like, it's a costume. It's not a sweater. But yours is an actual sweater, the more I look at it.
It's a terrible sweater, man.
Yeah, no, it's good. I wish I'd have done that.
Yeah, sure.
Vulcan Tire brings us to 3 and out.
Yeah, if you're looking to get your car winterized, make sure you stop by one of the great 4 locations, from brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who lasts longer as a starting quarterback in the NFL? Baker Mayfield or Tom Brady?
Now, Mayfield's out right now. He's been injured, but is he COVID out right
He's
now?
COVID out,
Yeah.
But for LT, he's talking about his talent, his
You're not talking
performance
injuries?
is going to run him out of the league.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll, like, if he fails at Cleveland, there's just such a need for quarterbacks with experience. He'll latch on somewhere, and he'll end up starting for a mid-tier team who's in a bind. I will say Baker Mayfield.
I think I, too, would go with Baker Mayfield.
I'll lean Baker Mayfield. The problem for Baker Mayfield is, Tom Brady seems like he's got, I don't know, he's like Nick Saban. Who knows? Maybe a year, 2, 3, who knows? But there are more and more quality quarterbacks that are coming into this league.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's probably the best it's ever been.
Yeah.
And Baker has come into your crosshairs past few days.
Not mine, just watching Baker.
It does look bad when a guy comes off the streets, basically, and leads your team almost to victory.
I know. It really is.
Second down.
Back in the playoffs first. Which Miami team, the Dolphins or the Hurricanes?
I'll go Dolphins. I mean, they're not out of it this year. They're
7-7.
Yeah, I mean, the whole league's 7-7. And I was telling Dunno it was weird. I was watching that Raiders-Browns game all along, pulling for the Browns because I thought it would help the Dolphins more. And then I saw on Twitter that the Dolphins' chances increased with the Raiders win. So I'm like, well, crap, I pulled for the Browns all this time.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Raiders won. So I'll go Dolphins.
Seems to be a little momentum from Tua. I don't know.
There
It
is.
seems
He's
to
played
be-
better. If you go
Yeah.
look at Tua's, now he did not play well Sunday, but prior to that, he finally had a 16-game sample size.
Yep.
And it was actually very good when you compared it to his contemporaries. So I think he's playing better. This team's playing better. I've got a lot of hope. I don't know why for next season, even if they don't make it this year.
Yeah, I'd go Dolphins as well.
Third down.
Bigger loss for Dunaway this playoff season, the Bucs losing Chris Godwin or Alabama losing Mechie?
Alabama can still win the national championship without Mechie. I don't think Tampa can win the world championship with all your injuries.
I think with Antonio Brown, if you can tell me Fournette and Evans are back healthy, Antonio Brown doesn't do some other kind of scam in the next few weeks that gets him out again. They got some nice young receivers. I mean, Perryman's underrated. A good role player. I think they have enough weapons in Tampa. I think it hurts Alabama more losing Mechie than it does Tampa Bay losing Godwin. Now, if Godwin, Evans, and Fournette's out, that's a different story. But I'd go Mechie, Alabama.
Oh, I said that, didn't I? I've already answered.
Fourth down.
I was wanting a little affirmation from LT, though, that I was right.
I again, just watching Alabama's offense in the second half against Georgia, I didn't think it was very good. Didn't need much. And I just wonder how good it's going to be against those really good corners from Cincinnati. I think the Mechie loss a big loss.
Yeah, having to deal with Mechie Brown allows Jamison Williams to run past somebody, right?
Again, look for a guy that the rest of the country has never heard of. Alabama fans are going to know his name. The rest of the country's never heard. He's going to have 2 massive games, and everybody's going to be like, this Saban guy, man, all he does is recruit 5 stars. He's got 5 stars sitting on the bench that can't even play.
Samuel L. Jackson, 74 today.
I mean, how about
good run for him.
Yeah. If I asked you the better unknown Samuel Jackson cameo, would you go Coming to America as Robin McDowell's?
Yeah.
Or
he looks so young in that, too.
Or Stacks in Goodfellas?
He does a great job at Falcons home games. I went to my first one this week, and he's like, rise up. He's on the big round thing. Rise up, Atlanta. I said, rise up.
And everybody's in the concession stand, not paying attention.
Nobody's in the game yet. They're coming from the parking lot.
Do they? Are you saying people don't realize that Samuel Jackson will come into America?
Well, I think what happened was when you watched Coming to America originally, nobody knew who Samuel Jackson
that's true,
was.
yeah, so it didn't stand
And then
out.
when you watch Goodfellas, nobody knew who Samuel Jackson was.
I think I'll go with the Goodfellas. Yeah.
And I think there's some people that go back and haven't seen those films in 30 years.
That guy looks like Samuel Jackson.
And they're like, oh, my gosh.
He literally is in everything.
Why
There's
did he play
Morpheus.
that bit
Wait.
role in Coming to America? I'll go with Coming to America.
It is weird when people are in, or big name actors are in things before they get big, and then when the credits roll, their name is way down.
Yeah.
And you're like, if that movie's made
He
today,
played guy number 3.
if that movie's made today, he's the first name that rolls.
What's sadder is people that you watched at one point who were stars on TV shows, and then they're in commercials as just like a dad in a gas commercial.
Drawing a paycheck is what they're doing. Yeah.
Big paycheck, though.
Yeah, it is a big paycheck. That is 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Make sure you take your car. Get it winterized today. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Okay, when we come back at the top of the hour here, Brown put out a great poll question about the most puzzling game of the season for Alabama. All right, we'll talk about that. Right now, Brown's going to talk about his guy, Tom Beckby.
Listen, Jimmy Dunaway, I know by looking at me, you know I know a lot of stuff about good-looking clothing, right? You can look at this and see that. Tom Beckby did, too. He was looking for great outdoor clothing that looked great in the field and also great in the city. Couldn't find it. Alabama guy, so he said, you know what, I'm going to make my own. He did that. Now there's an entire line of beautiful clothing. Looks great in the field, great in the city, great at church, wherever you want to wear it. TomBeckby.com or go see the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village. Tom Beckby, that is Beckbe, TomBeckby.com or the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby. The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power. With so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets, versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to Cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, Cowan.com.
What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and a Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the show right here. Final hour today, final hour of the LT before Christmas. He's not with us tomorrow or Thursday in our Wednesday or Thursday live show. So LT, this is all LT's idea, which was really surprising. Hey, why don't we wear tacky sweaters today? Here we are.
No, somebody brought it up a couple of months ago, and I just re-brought it up.
Yeah, Party City, by the way, to answer the question people have been asking. Yeah,
would
that's
have
where
never
my
thought
wife
of
goes.
that too.
Well,
what a dumb idiot I was yesterday afternoon.
I would never have gone, but she reminded me. She went in. My youngest turned 8, and she wanted to get some of those big Mylar balloons.
Yep.
And with an 8, and she went in there, and it's so weird. I asked her. I said, I got to find a tacky Christmas sweater. She goes, this sounds crazy, but I was just in Party City getting the balloons, and they've got a wall full of them.
Yeah. By the way, your beautiful daughter doesn't like birthday cake. Apparently,
that is correct.
What a great idea you guys had with donuts. They look like cupcakes.
Donuts, cupcakes, and cookies. She loves all those things.
And cookies. That is really good. I wonder how many people don't like birthday cake.
God, the interesting thing is the cupcake's really birthday cake.
Well, she, to Dunaway's point, she doesn't like the birthday cake or the cupcake. She just eats the icing off the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the cupcake's a much better way to go, knowing she's only going to eat the icing.
Right.
Yeah.
With our birthdays, mine on the 17th and my daughter's on the 18th, we end up with 2 birthday cakes in the house.
Yeah.
One that you guys gave me, strawberry cake.
That was
one
was
a chocolate bundt cake, which she loves. That's her favorite kind of cake. But I'm good for one slice, and then it's around the house, and I find myself nibbling on it, and I'm like, please throw these things in the garbage. Throw them in the garbage. I'm tired of them being in the house.
Yeah.
So I sort of wish we would go that route.
My family, a friend of mine I've known for a long time, Don and Eva Shepard, really good people. And Eva makes carrot cakes every Christmas with the cream cheese icing. Do you like
that
those?
icing.
Oh, it's incredible. Hers are just unreal. And he brought me one Saturday, so I've been eating on that all week.
That was one of those things as a kid I was afraid to try. I was like, I'm not going to eat a carrot cake. And then once you try, you're like,
it's unbelievable. It starts with the icing.
I'll tell you what, I'll text Don and see if Eva will make one. Well, you're going to be gone. I was going to say she'll make one.
I'll be up here.
Okay, I'll see if she'll make one for the staff.
I'll be by. I'm just not going to be on the show.
I'll see if she'll make one for the staff, and I'll bring it up here.
2 things Maggie makes over this period of time is the chocolate-covered peanut butter balls, which are delicious, and you can't stop eating those.
Yep.
And she makes banana nut bread.
Oh, I love banana nut bread.
We got bunches of bananas ripening on our counters as we speak. And I cannot stop eating that either.
Banana nut bread's amazing. The smell of it.
I will slice it. She does it without the nuts. She doesn't like nuts in her
So it's
stuff.
just banana bread.
Good woman. It's a good woman.
This isn't as difficult, but the ex does, and you love it, Rocky, the Chex Mix.
Oh,
White trash?
Well, no, it's the Chex Mix, but puts a ton of butter in it, and then puts a ton of Tabasco, and then bakes it.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
It is unbelievable, but I catch myself late night.
Now, do you guys like the white trash?
You get a Delta 8 and some of that Chex Mix, lights out.
I've seen that
Bottle of
T-shirt.
tequila.
Things he would have never said on
just
Jocks.
Lights out, he said. Do you like the white trash, though? Like the Chex Mix with a white chocolate melted over it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's good, too.
That's what they call like deer food or whatever.
Yeah.
Things he would have never said in our old job. Get yourself a Delta 8 and that
And some
Chex
Chex Mix, homemade Chex Mix.
Check out.
I don't know if there's a good time to say this, but I just saw it pop up in the Formfolio chat room. And we did have a passing this past week of a really good friend.
Yes.
And really a brother of ours, Jeff Pajaya. And he goes back with me back to the college days. And he was an interesting guy that, he was an Auburn fan growing up, but he went to Alabama.
Right.
And he was such a hard worker. He went out and he started working for Domino's delivering pizzas, and then he started his own Domino's. And that's kind of, in order to get a franchise, you've got to do that. You've got to put the work in. And I remember he had one of those Domino's on Montclair, and I would go over there, and he'd show me how to bake the pizza, and I always put too much sauce on it, and I'd mess it up, but was just such a tremendous guy, and advertised back with us on Jocks when he had a Domino's, and I'll never forget this when Wimp called him a dickhead on radio way back in the day when we were out at Greystone. And Jeff was just one of the kindest, most gentle guys, was a friend to everyone. And his brothers, Chris and Jason, I got to know them really well through the Slice venture when they put that thing together. And they've got, two of the best restaurants in the state right now, and both of those Slice restaurants, and had Sky Castle for years. And their dad was a legendary restaurant guy himself with Saul's downtown, and just a terrible loss for this community. And he had battled for years and years and years. And fortunately, I got to see him a couple of weeks ago and spend time with him. And huge sports fan, went and sat down with him. He was watching Feinbaum on TV in his recliner, and we had a really nice chat. And it's just, and I got the news Saturday night, and it's terrible. And, I hate that we didn't mention something yesterday. And it's terrible. It's this time of year. And survived by his wife, Sally, and just a great family. And it's sad that it came to that, but he lived life to its fullest.
Yeah.
Really did.
That family giving my daughter a job. I mean, she works there, and just was devastated by the news. I told her after you visited, his situation. And then, when the news came, she broke down in tears because of how nice the brothers are to her. She knows the pain they're going through. Just an unbelievable family. And I think Rockstar, when in our time we were off the air for a couple of months building this out, we went and had lunch one day at Slice, and Jeff was in the car as we were going in.
Yeah, I talked to Jeff a little bit. He was the one that gave me, when they opened Slice in Lakeview, I was playing there every Friday night. That was a Jeff thing. So I would always talk to him, and then, of course, it would always rain on me. Every time I play somewhere outside, it rains. And so Jeff and I always had a text, like, if it's happening tonight, well, the weather's supposed to be good. But Jeff was always fantastic to me. Chris and Jason just know, but Jeff was more the one I dealt with, but such a good guy.
And he was a visionary, too, like, to his credit as a, not what he did as a human is fantastic, but, I mean, the guy knows food. If you had told me one of my favorite pizzas in the entire world would be a pizza that has Conecuh sausage, black-eyed peas, and turnip greens on it,
right,
I would have laughed at you. But his soul pie, I get him to hold the red onions, but the soul pie at Slice is amazing.
See, and you're
Love
right.
it.
And I remember the first time he told me he was opening Slice, we were at Lou's Pub, which was across the street. And he said, that location there, it's going to be called Slice. And I just envisioned it was going to be this late-night joint, because this is a guy coming from Domino's, and they're going to serve your traditional cheese pizza, pepperoni. You'll have 4 or 5. You can get them by the slice. It'll be a bunch of drunks at Lakeview late night. And when he put this concept together, him and his brothers, Jason and Chris, and I went in there, and I was just blown away with what they had done.
So creative.
And, that's just one of those concepts that's going to be here forever. It's fantastic. It's consistent. They've been a longtime sponsor. And again, I mean, he's just going to be really, really missed. And it's just, I don't know what to say. It's just sad.
And I feel for your loss, because you were a lot closer to him than we all were. And I know you're in a lot of pain. We took, for many years, SEC Media Days, when it was in Hoover consistently, and a lot of people from around the country would come. We would always take some of our friends who are reoccurring guests out for a dinner or two.
I mean, today, Luginbill was there with us.
Yeah.
He was on the show today.
Klatt was there.
Yeah,
Verno, Clay.
That's what I was going back to all those guys. Much to the dismay of our former bosses, we would take them out and, would say, hey, would you guys pay for it? And they'd say no. And LT would usually pay it out of his own pocket. But we go out and from different parts of the country, Memphis, Nashville, California, the Carolinas, New York, wherever these people would come, we would take them to we'd say, we're going to get to Slice, we're going to a pizza place. You could almost see them doubt our choice of restaurants we were going to. And to the person we would get there, and Klatt, to this day, you could bring up Slice, and he would tell you it's the best pizza he's ever had.
Yeah, I have told so many people, go to Slice, get the soul pie, and they're like, are you serious? It's got turnip greens on it? I'm like, you'll thank me. And I've never had anybody come back and say, I hated it.
But he was a guy that whatever you needed, hey, I need a gift card for this charity event, this silent auction. Come get it. We need pizzas up in the studio. I'll have them delivered. I mean, anything, never said no, was always kind. And I'll tell you, he never complained about his diagnosis.
Yep.
And it was a terminal diagnosis. And then he's like, look, man, I'm going to pray and I'm going to keep working. I'm going to keep fighting.
In fact, made it a lot longer than than initially people thought.
Yeah. When I first heard, within the first couple of days, it sounded like it was, a 3-6 month kind of situation. And, that turned into almost, I think, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. He'll be missed. And a nice conversation. I'm glad you brought it up there. I didn't know what to do yesterday, or I would have brought it up. I didn't know how you wanted to handle that. A lot of people this time of year are dealing with a lot of pain out there. And we always tell you, just love people, man. It means so much, and time is so quick, whether it's with your own family members, your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers. Spend some time with them this time of year. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll get into a sports conversation here. Cowan Equipment puts out our poll questions every day. Another great organization that's been with us a long time, our friends at Cowan.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit them. Go to cowan.com. Find out more about how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Go to cowan.com.
We've got 2 out. We'll rest on the second one. I was going to hit the first one real quick, though. Could you watch a big game involving your team in a movie theater? 57% say no. 43% say yes. Somebody said it's a rule of mine. If it's more than 4 people I don't know, I ain't watching a game with them. I think my number would be much lower than 4.
I have learned that even good friends that don't root for the same teams, it can be hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with a situation like that, and again, you could get this at a game, I guess, but if you've got somebody right next to you that continues to annoy you, and you can't get up and really leave in the middle of that because you're going to miss your game.
Can I tell the story about the Iron Bowl we watched? Does that person listen to the show? Do you remember that story?
Where was it?
Is it Dunaway's house?
Yeah, I don't think he listens. I'm not even think he's in the state anymore.
Okay, so we go. I got Dunaway's. We're not at the Iron Bowl, and he's like, "Why don't you just come over and watch it?" And I didn't have anything else to do, so I came over. This is years ago. I haven't missed Iron Bowl in forever in person.
Yeah, I think it's the only one I missed.
Yeah, I mean years ago. So I go to Dunaway's house, and Maggie springs word on us that hey, so and so's coming over. Oh, we watched Ohio State Michigan, and then the Ohio State Michigan game was much bigger for some reason. And because Alabama stunk is the reason. It was pre-Saban, yeah. And she's like, and Dunaway's like, I don't want to watch the Iron Bowl with somebody I don't know. She's like, no.
Was that the Brody Sack game?
It might have been.
Because remember, Ohio State Michigan were undefeated.
It
may have been. Yeah.
He's a big South Carolina fan. He gets it. He's not gonna. Guy would not shut up.
Yeah.
The whole game. Like we'd been promised he's not going to talk a lot. He gets it.
Yeah. Hey, South Carolina fan, man. He's South Carolina
fan. Yeah. He understands. He knows what it's like. He's not. He would not shut up, Rockstar, whole game.
It'll be like him watching South Carolina and Clemson.
And they made a thing called oyster stew or something like that.
Strike 2.
Yeah, and brought that with him.
No, he brought oyster stew.
Oyster stew, and would not stop talking about the oysters.
Do you want me to throw this away for you, buddy?
You got to try this oyster stew. So I tried it at halftime, and it tasted like I think a bowl of vomit would taste.
Yeah.
And in the second half, he falls asleep.
That's a blessing then.
Was he really snoring?
No, yes. Over in one of Dunaway's easy chairs. It was the most miserable Iron Bowl viewing experience I've ever had, period.
Brown made it sound like I had more than one. He was in my chair.
Yeah, took Dunaway's chair.
So I take it he was a friend of Maggie's?
Friend of Maggie's friend.
Yeah. He was the husband of Maggie's friend.
Yeah. Completely forced on us.
Oh, I don't even know where they are. I can't remember his name.
Probably a daily listener based on me telling that story right now.
Knowing my luck. I'm glad you jumped in on that.
Yeah, in hindsight, what is the most puzzling Alabama game of 2021? I mean, there were actually too many for the poll.
Yeah, let's get into this when we come back on the other side. So what was the most puzzling game? Most puzzling game for Alabama this year? That's our Cowan Equipment poll question, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Simpio.
Hey, Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio's brought a concept to Alabama many were unaware existed. It's taken over the state. Simpio takes care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars nobody wants to deal with. That's compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. That being said, Simpio in 3 years of business has a 99% retention rate. For more information, go to Simpio.com or call 205-635-7467.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. All of the pregame festivities kick off on December 27th at the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into the game day spirit. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Get the full schedule of bowl activities and buy tickets online at TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luginbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing. Santa is coming soon, and you want him to be safe when he lands on your roof. That's why you should make sure your new roof comes from Cardinal Roofing. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
Merry Christmas to you guys as we are live today, Wednesday and Thursday, and then next Monday live from Dallas. And we will send out some programming notes for you, some specialty shows next week from Dallas. Every night we're there. and information about the live show that you're watching and listening to right now, when that'll be happening, all next week from Dallas with Alabama and Cincinnati in the college football playoffs, brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, make that call today. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212. Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. You can eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. I've known Chris Stewart for more than 2 decades. Fantastic guy. And right now, 45% off the retail price for January installs for all of the Next Round listeners. Call 823-2212 or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, so we're talking about which game was the most puzzling from Alabama this year. Can I start with, for me, I will go with the LSU game is the most puzzling to me because
that got 21% of the vote. Alabama 20, LSU 14.
Okay, so that was one of the choices.
There were 4 choices. Yep.
To me, LSU was a team that the coach was fired. The team really had not a whole lot to play for. A lot of people had opted out. They come to town, and Alabama on a big stage had a chance to hand it to them and cash some receipts from Orgeron's last visit there. And it just didn't play out that way.
Started with the fake punt and almost went downhill from there. I mean, it really comes down to LSU in position to throw a Hail Mary to win the game.
Yeah, that was almost out of character for me, that game compared to the rest.
I would agree with you. When I looked at the 4 choices, I thought it was LSU. I didn't understand what was going on in that game. It looked like Bama, after that one possession where LSU does a fake punt, Bama had taken control. I think Bama was up 21-7.
If I remember correctly, yeah.
20-7.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
And it's not that Max Johnson played well. Max Johnson was 16-32 in that game. Bryce Young played well. It just Alabama couldn't run the football at all.
Yeah, they had 1 rush yard in that game, I think, right?
Yeah, and you saw teams at times run at will against LSU.
6 rush yards. My apologies. 6 rush yards.
That was a 4-5 LSU team, and I just thought Alabama. I remember giving out Alabama minus like the 26 or 27. It was some kind of massive number. I thought Alabama would blow them away, and LSU had ball in hand twice to win that game.
To win the game, that was crazy. What are some other choices, and how's the vote going?
All right, so the least voted on at the time was a super alarming game. Alabama 31, Florida 29, only got 19% of the votes. As you look back on it, that Florida team was no good. Their coach got fired. The quarterback that looked like he came of age against Alabama couldn't even keep his starting job. That Florida team, that might have been the best game they played all year.
Yeah. And Alabama played so good to start off that game.
Up 21-0 in the first quarter. And you're just so used to Alabama winning that game. That game, where they're 21-0 first, is like 42-7.
Yeah.
It's how they normally win that game. And this was on the heels of Alabama dominating Miami. They played Mercer, and then they're up 21-0 in the first half of that game, first quarter of that game, and you're like, man, this Alabama team is they're just as dominant as last year's. And then for the last 3 quarters, it all fell apart for Alabama.
But we didn't realize what you were getting with Florida.
We didn't. We thought they were better.
Yeah, and then coming out of that game, I was like, watch out. This is a pretty good Florida team.
Yep, fell apart.
Jeff says, speaking of not being able to run the ball at times, is B-Rob going to be available for this game? Nick Saban saying yesterday he is doing all he can do right now at practice. And a lot of people working through some injuries, and I took that to mean him talking about B-Rob. So I don't think it's going to be any worse than he was in the Georgia game. We'll see how close he is to 100% when they play Cincinnati. More on that as we work throughout next week.
Before we get to the last 2, we did not include the Tennessee game because ultimately the final was 52-24, and it seemed like a blowout, but you all watched that game.
Yeah.
And you know that wasn't a blowout.
It wasn't a 28-point game, but still, they won by 28.
They did.
It's hard to include that.
I will also say, though, Lance, that Tennessee team seemed to be turning a little bit of a corner at that point.
Yeah, look, they were they got blown out by Georgia, but the game was a lot closer.
Yeah,
they got blown out by Alabama. That game was a lot closer.
But the Georgia game is the only game they've lost since then. They went on the road. They beat Kentucky. They beat South Alabama. They beat Vandy. Not exactly a backbreaking schedule, but it felt like that Tennessee team was playing a little bit better at that point.
Yeah, depending on what Heupel does with the portal and Hendon Hooker and everything, that could be maybe your most improved team in the SEC next year.
So the second most puzzling game that you voted on, Alabama losing to Texas A&M 41-38. Texas A&M 41, Alabama 38 got 29% of the vote.
Yeah, I could see that because Texas A&M had lost the 2 games before that to Arkansas and Mississippi State. Surely if they lose to Arkansas and Mississippi State, Alabama's about to beat their eyes in.
Well, the surprising thing about that game to me, and I remember I had A&M plus the point, so I thought it would be a little bit closer. I didn't think they'd win the game. But if you would have said going into that game, if A&M had a path to victory, it was going to be run the football as they typically do in Jimbo's system and stop the run. Brian Robinson went 147 on the ground. Isaiah Spiller, 46 yards. A-Chain went 34 yards. They had 94 rushing yards. Calzada is the guy that played lights out.
But if I told you, do this exercise real quick. Alabama's playing Cincinnati and the winner of Michigan, Georgia. So take any of those 2 teams, either of those 2 teams. If I said Bryce Young in any of those games, Cincinnati and the winner of Michigan, Georgia, throws for 369 yards, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Brian Robinson runs for 147 yards. And Jamison Williams has 10 catches, 146, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's why stats are for losers.
Are either one of those games close in your opinion if I just give you those numbers?
No,
and
not
it
at all.
wasn't enough to beat Texas A&M.
It wasn't.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I'll ask you: is Cincinnati the best defense that Alabama has faced? Everybody will say no.
They'll say it's Georgia.
They face Georgia and Texas A&M.
Right.
Are 2 defenses that are better than Cincinnati.
Alabama's offense roasted both those defenses.
41 and 38 points.
Yeah.
41 and 38 points.
Yeah, those games were not lost entirely because of offense. Alabama's offense had a weird start against A&M.
Yeah.
But they ended up in the second half just moving up and down the field on them.
Had a special teams touchdown, but A&M had a special teams touchdown.
And Alabama had to settle for field goals a couple times.
Yeah.
And that killed them.
Just a big overall picture of puzzling for this team this year to me. And I wonder if you folks in the Farm Folio chat room are listening to us on the app right now, Next Round Live on Twitter. The whole special teams all year long has been puzzling to me. The fake things that have worked, the kick return in the A&M game when it looks like you have now grasped hold of the game.
But you did block a punt for a touchdown as well, so at least those even out.
You did. Some choices on kick returns, who's returning punts, who's returning kicks at different times. It just seems to be all over the place. And that I know we make a lot of jokes about missed field goals in the time.
Well, that's been the most reliable part
of Nick Saban, and that is so reliable now. But everything else about the special team seems to be just so erratic these days, and that just is so uncharacteristic of anything about a Nick Saban team.
So that got 29% of the vote. The most puzzling game in hindsight, 31% of the vote.
Give it to us after. Let's do it like
after the break.
No, not after the break.
After this commercial.
After you tell us about our friends at Nichols.
Hey, Nichols Outfitters, man. Listen, Christmas is coming up soon. You're not going to get stuff shipped probably, so go to the store there, Nichols Outfitters. Now you can see stuff at nicholsoutfitters.com at exit 242 in Pelham. They've got the Dometic coolers, the best firearms you'll find. Some of the coolers and fridges of Dometic up to 30% off. It's a perfect holiday gift. Great last-minute gift idea, and you can still get it at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Fact or fiction, coming up in the next segment. Brown now with the number 1 most puzzling game, according to you, of the Alabama football season.
Well, and I think a lot of this is not just because of the way this game went, but the way Alabama played the very next week. And, of course, it's the Iron Bowl. In fact, the way Alabama played offensively on both sides of this game becomes very puzzling. Alabama 24, Auburn 22, 4 overtimes. 31% of you said that was the most puzzling game in hindsight of the Alabama season.
Well, it was a weird game. Rivalry game. You never know what's going to happen in the Iron Bowl. It's Jordan Harry. We talked about all that going into the game. Everybody still thought Alabama would win going away. But when you start to look at the numbers, you had a backup quarterback in Finley who didn't play well, 137 passing yards, and you had 22 rushing yards from Auburn. There was no path to victory when you look at those numbers.
Yeah, but when you consider, Dunaway, just offensively, that Alabama, the week prior to Auburn, their quarterback set the single game passing record in Alabama football history by a lot.
Yes.
The week after that, he set the SEC championship game passing record, and the week in between, they couldn't move the football.
Yep.
It really does not make sense.
But Paul disagrees. He says, why is Auburn even on this list? Nothing puzzling about it. The Iron Bowl in Jordan-Hare Stadium is a different animal. 3 national title teams have played there under Saban. 09, 15 struggled, and 17 lost.
That's a good point. I had not thought of it in terms of the national championship teams that have played there. But that is a good point. 09, they had to have a drive to win it. 11 played there, and that was a blowout.
Yeah. 13 was on its way to a national championship.
Lost in the kick 6, and Auburn eventually played for the championship. 15, the final score is not indicative of the way that game was played. That was a tighter game than the score indicates. 17, Alabama lost, and then this year, we'll see what happens.
No, it's
a good point.
Ben Saban's kryptonite.
Yeah, Jordan-Hare Stadium. And you heard Kirby Smart himself say after the game, everybody made a big deal about Alabama's offensive line not being able to protect Bryce Young against Auburn. He said, guys, we watched the film. Their tackles weren't even getting off the snap. They couldn't hear the snap. Auburn was getting the jump on them every play. That didn't happen in this game. So Jordan-Hare Stadium's a weird place.
Yeah. All right, interesting. Go vote there at Next Round Live on that Cat One Equipment poll question. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends with Pradco Outdoor Brands. Listen, if you've got an outdoor enthusiast in your life for this Christmas, how about this? A Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle, and you can save 40% on this. The bundle includes trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmers, and scent elimination spray, all from your favorite brands. You know these hunting brands: Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Go to those websites, the Moultrie site, the Summit site, or the Code Blue website, and click on this unbelievable holiday bundle where you save 40% right now. Offer ends on December 31st. Free shipping on all the bundles. Go buy it right now from our friends at Moultrie, Summit, and Code Blue. It's all on their websites. Thanks to our friends at Pradco. When we come back, a little fact or fiction with the dry erase board. Stay with us.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at the brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets start at just $30. Buy now at birminghambowl.com. Auburn versus Houston, December 28th at Protective Stadium. Tickets on sale now.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com. How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the next round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Fact or fiction coming up for you in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Wayne's, who want to wish you a very Merry Christmas as well right now. And every time we say Christmas, Brown, his bells ringing today.
I think I'm walking outside of a department store of the Salvation Army.
An angel gets his wings.
That's always a good thing. You know, Wayne's gives you that world-class service, and whether they like to remind you, whether you're watching us in Nashville, Knoxville, Auburn, Tuscaloosa, or anywhere in the SEC, Wayne's can be your provider for pest prevention, whether it's commercial or residential. For all of us here on the next round, from Lunsford all the way to Brown and Forrester to LT and Rockstar and me, they take care of our homes. They can take care of yours, too, when it comes to termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service. And right now, use the promo code TNR to save $60 on your first Smart Pest Solution service right now. What is Smart Pest Solution? Well, it's Wayne's most innovative pest control yet. Smart Pest combines traditional pest control services with a 24/7 rodent or pest monitoring. I can't say that word for you. Say it for me in the microphone.
Monitoring.
Yeah, that's right. They'll monitor your house is what they'll end up doing. They'll end up monitoring your house so that they can see if you have an infestation or anything moving. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It communicates with the folks at Wayne's. The Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. You can call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Use the promo code TNR to save money there. All right, you ready on Fact and Fiction?
I'm ready to go, man.
Okay, he's got it different. You've got the traditional Fact or Fiction. We're ready to go.
I'm different.
Yeah. Well, he wrote mine. I guess you just didn't trust my penmanship.
Well, I was just trying to help you out because you were busy with our friends. Greg from Pell City is up here today.
Can we flash the camera to Greg?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to be on TV. He doesn't want to be on TV.
I'll flash him.
Yeah. Fact or fiction? We'll start with this. Jeff Lebby will be a head coach before Bill O'Brien. Jeff Lebby will be a head coach before Bill O'Brien.
Does
Fact
NFL
or
count?
fiction?
NFL?
Any head coach.
I'll go fiction. Fiction. No, I think Bill O'Brien will be back in the NFL at some point.
As a head coach?
Yeah, I think he'll be an NFL head coach. Okay. Though, I will say Aaron Suttle said in the last Bama and Bourbon that from what he's hearing, Bill O'Brien likes it in Tuscaloosa and is okay knowing I'm going to take a butt chewing 2-3 times a week, but I really like it in Tuscaloosa.
I'm going to go fact. I think Lebby will be. It's where it gets a little dicey for me. I think we saw an emergence of defensive coaches this year.
We had 3 big ones that was hired. I wrote that down today, like Lanning and Venables.
But I do think it's still offense is the way of the future, and you've got Caleb Williams there. And so it just seems like, and I know you're going to a new regime when we talk about Brent Venables. But when you've got that type of quarterback and traditionally that type of offense, Levy's a hot name right now. So I think he could even be a head coach this time next year.
Yeah, I was about to ask, one and done at Oklahoma possibly, right? Yeah. I agree with you. I'm going to go Levy as well. Fact or fiction, Bo Nix will start every game at Oregon if not injured.
I'm going to say fact, Lance. You go first. I'm going to say fact.
I'm going to go fiction here. I've just got a feeling that Ty Thompson is the quarterback of the future. And you heard what Luginbill said, and I kind of brought this up yesterday after we had Klatt on, and Klatt didn't seem completely sold on Bo Nix. If it's this close, Dan Lanning is building for the future. So why would you go with a quarterback that's only got a year or 2 years of eligibility left when you've got maybe the future that could be there for 3 strong years?
Well, because there's great value also to starting your first year winning a lot of games. And you did the point spreads the other day. If Bo Nix is starting, you had Oregon winning 10 games.
Oh, I think it's the same with Ty Thompson, though.
Well, I would agree with that. But if I can win 10 with a guy I absolutely know everything about and I can ease in the other guy, maybe easing him in gets him another start. I think Bo Nix will start the full season for them, but maybe not more beyond that.
Fact or fiction with the dry erase boards, 49ers go deeper into the playoffs than the Buccaneers. Fact or fiction?
I'm going to say fact on that one. You've kind of sold me on these 49ers. Daniel Jeremiah agreed. I do not like the injuries that your Buccaneers have, so I'm going to go fact on that.
Yeah, I'm going to go fact. There are 2 teams that scare me to death, and that is the Packers, and that's the 49ers. The Packers, the 49ers are getting healthier as your Bucs are getting more banged up. Yeah. And with Deebo Samuel, he's just an elite player, such a versatile guy that can do so many things. Kittle is 100%. As long as Garoppolo doesn't crap the bed, the 49ers are going to go deep.
And the Rams, they kind of own the Rams a little bit.
They own the Rams.
Fact or fiction, the Cardinals do not win a game again this year. You sort of brought this up earlier.
I brought it up to DJ, and he said he would lean towards true on that one. If you look at the remainder of their schedule, it is
the Colts home,
Cowboys,
Seahawks. Yeah.
And then probably, as I pointed out to DJ now, a road playoff game. I mean, if they don't win that division, they have to hit the road in the first round of the playoffs. I guess that's still the way it works. More teams in the playoffs.
If the playoffs started today, they're the 4 seed. They host the Rams.
Yeah, but I mean, if they continue to lose, they won't be in that 4 seed. I would say fact. I don't think they'll win another game.
Fiction. DeAndre Hopkins, huge loss. But you still got Kyler Murray. He's a borderline elite quarterback. He was playing like an MVP earlier. Cliff Kingsbury scares me to death, but you're going to be favored in 2 of those 3 games. You're going to be favored this week against the Colts. You're going to be favored in Week 18 against Seattle. And do you really trust Dallas the way their offense is playing right now? I mean, I think that's a coin flip game. They're going to win at least one of those games.
We just did the most puzzling loss of Alabama's season. Sunday, Cardinals losing the way they did to the Lions, most puzzling game of the entire NFL season. Not just they lost, they got blown out by the Lions. I mean, I know you got injuries, but explain that one.
Can't.
Yeah. Final one. Aaron Rodgers will win the MVP again.
That's fact. Unfortunately, I can't stand the guy, but he's the best player in the NFL right now.
Yeah, fact. 100% fact. He is going to win the MVP.
He's too good.
Does that happen often? Do we get back-to-back MVPs? That doesn't happen often, right? It's hard to vote for it.
I think there was a time Favre won 3 consecutive. I think Peyton Manning won back-to-backs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. That's fact or fiction. Aaron on his way to doing it again. For a moment, I thought it was going to be Tom Brady there. Nice job on the dry erase board, guys. Appreciate that a lot. Fact or fiction, brought to you in part today by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision, where you can see clearly now the answers on those dry erase boards.
Yeah, again, write the number down, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. I've got the 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. They could truly change your life. Make the phone call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Michelson Laser Vision, located at UAB Highlands. Call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
That would be number 4 for Aaron Rodgers, and that puts you in some super rare area.
But he did win it last year,
He did win it last year. Both of them, AP and Pro Football Writers Association.
So give me the rare air if he wins it. Who are some of the other people that have it 4 times?
It's going to take me a second. Hang on. I think I can do it this way. Give me 2 seconds here, Dunaway. I'm sorry.
Could he be the only 4-time winner?
I think he may be. Aaron Rodgers has won it 3 times. Brett Favre won it 3 straight, so you would pass him, obviously. Jim Brown won it 3 times. Joe Montana only won it twice. Johnny Unitas won it 3 times. Peyton Peyton Manning won it 4 times.
Okay.
5 times, actually. He split it once with Steve McNair, so 5 times.
What about Brady?
Brady's only won it 3.
Wow.
So you would be with Peyton Manning. I mean, it's you and Peyton Manning, the only people that have won it more than 3.
All right, when we come back, final segment of the show coming up. LT has a lock today. You have a couple of NFL games. You got a couple of bowl games. Have a lot of basketball, including Alabama tonight. Down at the BJCC, tickets still available. Good seats still available. Ticketmaster.com. You can buy them. Ticketmaster.com for the first ever CM Newton Classic. Alabama will be playing in Birmingham every year for the foreseeable future. Go see them play tonight. An 8-2 Davidson team in town to play Alabama. Ticketmaster.com for tickets.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR. to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Continuing the week of bringing great sponsor items up here. Greg from Pell City brought me some shingles. It's really good. We've been eating those in the break.
There's a vaccine for that.
Yeah. No, they have, that's what they're called, right? That's what you put on roofs, right? Shingles?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I thought for a moment I'd gotten confused on that. But really, no, he and his
I got
wife.
sold a bill of goods.
No, he and his wife did bring a big box of treats up here. And what was the not the peanut butter balls, but the other thing we had?
Oh, the date balls. My mom used to make those when I was a kid. I love them.
Yeah, but actually the other thing, the one that had a bunch of stuff in it.
What's that called? Magic cookie bars.
Oh, that was delicious as well. And then our sponsors are back as well.
Yeah, Chris and Melissa from Cookie Dough Magic, just a great product, and they can ship anywhere for you. Yeah. So 3 locations you can stop by, see them: Birmingham, Huntsville, Trussville. I got the 3 locations right? Yep. 3 locations, and you can get it shipped anywhere, I guess anywhere in the world.
Yep.
If you really want it.
And there's one thing that describes the holiday season.
That's
it's
right.
magic, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's magic.
So what is the flavor we went with there, Chris?
The Christmas tree cake from Little Debbie that everybody likes.
Wow.
Have you tried it? Yeah.
I have not, but I'll be glad to try it. While LT tells us about the lock of the day, which is brought to you by Iron Mountain. Oh, you didn't want one. Now you want one.
If we're going to try it together, I need to participate.
I guarantee you Rocky's already had one.
Have you had
I
one,
had one. It was delicious. It's gone.
Rockstar, how many calories have you had in the last 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, you just found out he's about to start Way to Wellness.
Yeah, so
Way to Wellness.
No, I don't want to go out with a bang, but I am not being as cautious today.
Yeah.
It's the holiday season.
Hey, so I'm going college football tonight. We're coming off a win last night with Tulsa. It's a really good game. Texas, San Antonio, and San Diego State. It's hard to believe the Roadrunners, only in their 10th season being an FBS. They're going for win 13 tonight, which would be incredible. You guys know I like Jeff Traylor.
You do.
Sincere McCormick is not going to play. He is getting prepared for the NFL draft. I kind of like San Diego State in the spot minus the 3. I'm taking the Aztecs. As much as I backed the Roadrunners this year, I like the Aztecs minus the 3. That is your lock of the night.
The lock light's going off. It's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes as well. The number to call for Jeremy's team is 205-516-4927. 516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. On the show today, we've had Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, Clay Travis, and Tom Luginbill from ESPN, all podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com.
Stuff's good, by the way. It tastes just like one of those things crushed up in a cup, which is exactly what you would expect, right?
with some cookie dough.
With some cookie dough mixed in.
You had something, it looks like you're about to
I was going to say, because this came up on the show yesterday about the viewing audience for UAB and BYU.
Yes.
Like a lot of people said that was the biggest win in UAB football history. I would say it's your conference championship, but I'm not here to argue. I don't really care what you consider the biggest win.
I agree with you, but I think it's close.
I would be willing to say, Dunaway, it's the biggest audience that's ever seen UAB play football, which I think, Lance, helps recruiting. It helps donations. I mean, it helps everything. We talked about that when Jeff from Anniston called in yesterday. Other than the NFL games, NFL is going to dominate any weekend. Other than the NFL games, UAB BYU was the most watched sporting event on TV this past weekend.
Wow.
3.2 million people on average watched that game.
Yep.
That is a massive
Now, what does that
audience.
compare
that is more,
to?
to be honest, that's more than you thought it was going to be.
It is. I didn't even think it would be because, even you said you thought the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl might be a bigger audience.
Yeah, because it was prime time and it was the LA Bowl with the bigger crew.
Where was Colts Patriots, though?
You'll have to give me 1 second. Colts Patriots. I won't have that one because it'll be part of this. No, I will.
it's Saturday night.
Hang on,
Saturday
give me
night.
2 seconds. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I would put it somewhere around 9.4.
That big.
Yeah.
So 3 times.
Yeah,
Colts Patriots 7.2 million.
Yeah.
Saturday night.
So roughly twice as many.
About
people
twice as many
watching
people, but that's a
pretty
pretty
good.
that's a pretty small NFL audience though. 7.2 million. It also had a very big Dunaway, a 13 rating 25 share on 3340 here in town. That's pretty big, isn't it?
Yes.
So
it's a huge number.
Yeah, so I would say that's the biggest audience nationally and locally to ever watch UAB play football.
That's right,
So,
which goes back to what we were discussing with Jeff Goodman and Brandon Marcello and all of us on whether or not that was the biggest win in UAB football history. Whether you want to say it's the biggest win in UAB football history, it was the most watched UAB win in football history.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, look, you can't buy that advertising.
You cannot. And that was one reason I wanted to bring it up.
Well, technically you can, but you pay millions of dollars for it.
Like Jimmy Kimmel did, and didn't get that audience.
Yeah, technically you were getting paid to perform in this advertising, but I mean that's huge for UAB. That will help Bill Clark and their recruiting down the road, and the fact that you won the game with that type of audience is even better.
Alabama Power brings us our getaway information here, things I haven't gotten to in the show, which includes one quarterback using Arnold Schwarzenegger to announce he's back.
Oh, what?
Yeah, no, he did.
He did. I'll tell you who it is after Brown tells you about Alabama Power.
Hey, for more than a century, Alabama Power has served our state, helping attract business and industry and quality jobs to Alabama. It's part of Alabama Power's mission, along with providing safe, reliable, cost-effective energy. Learn more at alabamapower.com/betteralabama.
Can I guess?
What? Hang on, I'm not done yet. Alabama Power for a better Alabama. I can't even see Rockstar.
I'm going to go Chad Pennington. He's back.
No.
Don't think it's Chad Pennington.
In college, Kentucky's Will Levis sent out a GIF of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm back.
Where was he going to go?
I'm back.
Yeah.
He's
Levis. I mean, was he just going to quit football? I mean, he didn't have any options.
He's coming. So should Kentucky fans be excited that he is back?
There were moments. I remember against Missouri, he played extremely well. I don't know. I mean, look, they just haven't had a good quarterback situation since Andre Woodson.
That's probably right.
Probably right.
I mean, that goes back to Rich Brooks.
But, you know, they've had good quarterbacks. When you look at Tim Couch and Jared Lorenzen, I mean, you've had some good quarterbacks.
Yeah, but it's the thing that has plagued Stoops. He's always been really good defensively, but boy, they have been very pedestrian offensively.
It's their Georgia Light, the poor man's Georgia.
They
And it's
really
not even
are.
really close, but you know they've become almost the second best team in that division, and it's all about, you know, at least at that level, they've done a really good job recruiting, but he can't get quarterback right.
Jalen Weidermeyer of Texas A&M is going to the NFL. No surprise there, really. Most people projected him to be an NFL guy going into the season.
Yeah, I think behind Brock Bowers and Kohler for Iowa State, I mean, he's probably your third, fourth best tight end in football.
And the final thing to throw out here is Shane Beamer and Mac Brown has agreed to do this. The winner of this year's Duke's Mayo Bath, Duke's Mayo Bowl, will take a bath in Duke's Mayo. Now, by bath, they won't strip down.
I do it once a year. I love it.
Do you really?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, we do
I
weird
do like
things.
mayonnaise a lot, though.
Okay. So Duke Mayo sponsors the bowl. The CEO of Duke's Mayo said, I will donate $10,000 to the winning team's charity if you would let us dump mayo on you instead of a Gatorade full of water.
Like on the field?
Yeah. So they will dump
Mayo's
mayo
thick.
on him.
You have to like shake the.
You would have to shake it.
If you saw the guy who at the Duke's Mayo kickoff between Clemson and Georgia do it on the game day set, he just poured it on him and all over him, and that still made the clip all year long.
They're going to have to dilute it a little bit, though.
There's not a coach that wants that to happen, but how do you say no when he says, I'll donate $10,000 to your charity?
Yeah, so they've each got a charity. So if Beamer in South Carolina wins, or if Mac Brown in North Carolina wins, I want South Carolina to win because we like Shane Beamer who comes on our show, but I want to see the old man sort of get dumped with mayo. That'd be fun to see how Mac reacts to
I
that.
bet that's the first time you've ever said that sentence.
Yeah. Does he spit out his chewing tobacco before he gets? Because he chews that tobacco.
Yeah, I don't think they mix.
Mayo plus Red Man? That is bad.
You always get this from Mac when he's walking off the field at halftime. You always get one of those.
Got to get rid of it.
You want to shake his hand immediately, right?
Oh, yeah. Some poor girl's got to interview him.
Hey, Laura. Yeah. Let's talk here at halftime. That's our show. The replay starts immediately right here on the app. Don't forget, always available for you at YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. LT is back after Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, brother. We are back tomorrow live. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.